it wasn't pretty, but what an amazing golf course. I mean, it's incredible. It really is. It'd be fun to go back someday when I was actually playing halfway decent. Yesterday wasn't it, but like the experience of being there and just seeing the course itself, and then holes, was it 15, 16, were just incredible. I mean, it really was. It's stunning. Best part about the whole day was, what was it, hole 14? Maybe it's 14, 15 are the par threes. But anyway, one of them is right there, and you look over the cliffs, and the ocean's right there and everything. There's a little family of otters down there, so that was very cool.
Little family of otters.
Yeah, a little family of otters. Little mom had her baby on her chest, and little baby was cleaning itself, and mom was just kind of swimming around on her back, and baby was just chilling. There was another couple otters just kind of messing around, keeping an eye on us, see what we were up to. Whole bunch of seals, but the otters highlight of the day.
What do we have at Pier 39? Are those sea lions? Is that what those are? Are those otters?
I think those are sea lions.
Because I can hear them from my apartment.
I don't think they're otters. I think they're sea lions.
They're sea lions. Because otters have the more they have sort of like the cute little face. And sea lions like the big ones that like roll, like they're big sort of.
Correct.
They slap each other. They've got like they lay up on the docks out there.
That's correct.
At Pier 39. Yeah, at night when it's like windy too, because I live right over there. You can hear you can hear them. Yeah, like out in the distance. Yeah,
correct.
Kind of funny, but yeah, cool, man. Nice day. We're starting to get the good weather back. Right as summertime is coming. Got a giant sweep yesterday. That was nice. You see Casey Schmidt's dive and play at third yesterday, by chance?
I did.
Dude, this guy is unreal. What he is doing, man. Another hit to extend the rally in the first inning. He makes the dive and play at third base. Has another knock. He might have a couple of knocks yesterday. Anyway, he's not coming out of the lineup. We talked to Slusser yesterday, Kerry and I did, in the bunker after the game, and we're like, so if he is this good, they're not pulling him at any point. He's not coming out. Tyro's going to play second a lot of times. J.D. Davis going to play a lot of third base still because his bat is playing. Is Brandon Crawford at times going to end up giving way to Casey Schmidt, or is it going to be more of a revolving door? Because if he's playing like this, and I hate to think that way because I still think Crawford helps you, especially defensively, and he had an RBI yesterday early in the game as well, but it's sort of funny to think about who's going to be pressed here because there's other guys you do need on the field.
You know what? It's actually not a bad problem to have.
No, it's a great problem to have, yeah.
But you got to, how do you handle it? Because those are actually, you have two of your most productive players in Davis and Estrada. Then you got your longtime vet, the longest tenured Giant, and obviously very well respected, and you want to treat him right. And his defense is still a boon to this club. And who knows? Maybe his offense will kick in and he'll get it going. He just hasn't so far. But with the way Schmidt's playing, it's hard to say you're better with him out of the lineup and him not playing defense. It's hard to make that case right now. Hey, we're a better club. We think we got a better chance to win this game without that guy in the lineup. Not the way he's been playing. So if you want to win, well, then what do? You got 3 spots you could play him, and 2 of them are your better offensive players. Maybe your 2 best offensive players, 2 of your top 4 or so. So I don't know. I don't know what you do, but I'm with you. I mean, the way that guy's playing, now he's going to get some rest here and there, but again, it's hard to say we're better without him because right now they're most certainly not.
No, and I imagine Crawford wasn't thrilled when he got pinch hit for in the 9th inning against a lefty, or bottom of the 8th yesterday against a lefty, and it was I think it's questionable that they did that. You get a lefty-lefty matchup there. It's a tie game. You didn't have. I don't believe you had a runner in scoring position yet. I think J.D. Davis had the first leadoff pinch hit. I think he pinch hit for Sable, and then Crawford was hitting 9th. Anyway, he gets the hit, and so it pays off because you end up scoring the runs, and you put up a few. You win, was it 7-4 or something? So you build a little cushion. But if you don't score a run there, now you've put Brett Wisely out there at second base, and you've got Tyro at short in a tie game with no Brandon Crawford. I don't care what the score is. I feel better defensively when Crawford's out there. Better than when J.D. Davis is even. I think your best defense is still Schmidt at third, Crawford at short, and Tyro at second, unless you were going to go the other way where you put Schmidt at second base over Tyro. But I thought it was questionable, except then they score the run, so it plays out. You can play the gamble, and it works. That's what managers do at times. So I just think you are better with him on the field, but you're right. It's a good problem to have.
Well, the good thing is, too, is you got the DH now.
Yeah.
So, if you want Schmidt to take a day off from fielding, and not that he needs a day off.
He's 24, come on.
Young, exactly.
Don't play.
But he could, more likely, J.D. Davis could DH, Estrada could DH.
Right.
I mean, you can kind of juggle things that way a little bit, but I didn't watch a ton of the game yesterday and today. I listened to it driving down and driving back. But what really stood out to me over this 3-game sweep, and this is something I think they're going to need. I don't know if they're going to get it as good as it was during the 3-game sweep, but more of. I think they scored 17 runs, 3 of them on a home run. They had 1 home run in the series and averaged almost 6 runs a game.
Yep.
I think Conforto's 3-run shot was the only home run.
I think you're right on the Monday night.
Yep. They struck out 9 times a game, so they only hit double digits once. I think that was the second game. They had 11. They had 8 in the other games, so that's cutting the strikeouts down a little bit. They didn't give up an unearned run in this series. All the runs they gave up were earned, which is why they only gave up 10 runs.
You tell me Casey Schmidt shows up and they're they're playing good defense. They're not striking out as much.
Well, their defense is better. Whatever. Their bullpen was better. Their bullpen was really good in this series.
It was fantastic.
That's probably, to me. Now the Phillies aren't great. I know they won the National League last year, but they're a 500 team. They're
87
trying to find
wins
themselves right now. Yeah, so they weren't even great last year. They just got hot. But anyway, solid team. Let's just say that. I think that might have been the best. That was the best series of the season for them because of those factors. That you didn't strike out a lot. You didn't need the home run to score. Your defense was really good, and your bullpen was solid. Like those, because those are the things that when we talked about it after 40 games, I mentioned, if not all of them, most of those. Like they strike out too much, they got to have the home run to score, the bullpen has been bad, and the defense hasn't been very good. Well, that's what happens when you take care of all those things, and they took care of all of them. Now, I don't know if they're going to play that clean and that strikeout free and consistently. If they do, then they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough because those are the things that kind of plague them. But for 3 games, you kind of see what it looks like. You see what they can look like when the bullpen pitches to the level they thought they were going to get at the start of the season, when the defense tightens up, when the strikeouts aren't as high, when they move the line along, as they say, and don't just have to have home runs to score. That's what it could look like, because that was impressive.
Yeah, I guess my only not fear, is you hope, because remember last year at one point we kept saying they're still top 10 in runs scored when they were starting to fall out of it. It was because they'd have these stretches where they'd go 1 run, 2 runs, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 0, 3, 2. Then they'd have a 12 or 13 run outburst.
Yep.
Then they'd score 7 or 8. Then they go back to a stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4. It was such a drastic. You couldn't spread it out over a series of games. It was it was all or nothing.
Yeah.
And so yesterday, same sort of thing in that they scored 7 runs on 11 hits. All singles. They did not have an extra base hit yesterday, but you need to see a little bit more eclectic stuff happening throughout series and throughout ball games. Now, I will say that sending 9 guys to the plate to start the ball game, having Casey Schmidt extended, you kept getting hits, you drove in 4. Those sort of rallies are things you need to feel, because I think that stuff starts to become contagious. You start to know what to do in those situations. Just real quick here, Taylor Rogers has been fantastic. Susan Slusser yesterday says to us, he's not doing anything different, so I don't know why he's been so great. And I said, well, I looked it up. Since he threw away his glove after that 4 earned run game back on April 12th. Since Taylor Rogers threw away his glove, he's pitched 12 games, 10 innings, 10 strikeouts, a 0.00 ERA. Opposing batters are hitting 177 against him.
My God.
He's been nails. He's given up 1 earned run.
That's all it took?
That's all it took. Throw the glove away. And remember, we were all the glove doesn't do anything. You're a pitcher. We don't know anything. We don't know anything about anything.
That's classic.
We've got
it's that simple.
It's so funny. Hey, anybody, you're struggling? I'd like to see Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea get a new glove, maybe. That's what they need. Hey, Sean, can we grab a new mitt? Just pull a new one out. We'll be all right.
Maybe we need Taylor to throw away their gloves for him.
No, it was Taylor. Oh, you need Taylor has to walk down the dugout to the end of the dugout and toss him in the.
Just toss him.
Yeah, maybe that's the move.
Maybe that's it. Don't even ask him. Just chuck in the garbage. Might have a fight on your hands.
It's hysterical, dude. He's like, yeah, it's been great, actually. Since I tossed my glove, I've been fine. Lamont Wade has said he's had to restring his glove already a couple of times because of Casey Schmidt, his first baseman.
Really?
He said he had to get it restrung already a couple of times.
Wow.
I'm like, I know guys do that in the majors because balls they use different gloves, and I'm sure they run through baseball gloves, especially first baseman. But that's incredible to have a third baseman make you restring your glove after you've been here for like a week. Lamont doesn't play every day. That's incredible. So good stuff for the Giants. Time to jump into some basketball. A couple of big game ones. Nuggets get the winning game one. We got game 2 tonight. Jimmy freaking Butler, dude. Jimmy flipping Butler.
Unbelievable.
I think I'm ready to say, like, I'm ready to spearhead the Jimmy Butler fan club. Like, I am mesmerized by what this guy is doing. They've got a great meme out there where he's walking away from Madison Square Garden and the building's on fire.
What, is he like the Joker?
Yeah, dude, he's like torching the Eastern Conference. Jimmy's like, everybody's going down and he's double guns in the league. So Jimmy Butler brings them back last night against Boston. An incredible performance. And then we've got to talk about the news with Bob Myers. We'll get into that on the other side. The report that Bob Myers has not had negotiations with the Warriors about a contract extension, and there's maybe belief that he is going to exit. He's supposed to speak next week, but they're also reporting he's unlikely to speak about himself and more about the end of the season. I'm like, Bob, we only want to hear about this, man. This is what we're all thinking about. So we'll get into some of that Bob Myers stuff. The report from yesterday that, according to Shams Charania, Warriors and Bob Myers have had no contract extension talks and that he may walk away from the franchise. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Copes. It's a Thursday afternoon right here on the Sports Leader. According to Shams Charania, the Warriors are preparing for Bob Myers to step away as president of basketball operations. Check out more on that story. It's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. What?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Myers, I think, is 50-50, maybe even 52 the other way. That's totally his decision. I don't know. I wouldn't bet one side or the other. I think he's leaning back and forth. But I think that one's been out there for long enough that you have to say that there's a really good chance he's not with the team. I don't know, but I think there's a really good chance he's not with the team.
That's Tim Kawakami of The Athletic on with Tom and I on Tuesday talking about the future of Bob Myers. As it was reported yesterday, as Shams Charania of The Athletic and Stadium says that Bob Myers and the Warriors have not had significant contract negotiations for several months or a handful of months, it sounds like, and the sides are bracing for the likelihood that Myers could walk away from the Warriors. We knew this was a possibility. I think the one thing in our I think if you're on the side that believes he would come back or is coming back, one, we don't know what the relationships are with he and Joe Lacob, what's going on behind the scenes. We were all kind of surprised to find out that he wasn't a top 3 paid general manager. I don't know what he's asking for. I don't know what Joe's wanting to pay. They say they want him back, but if there haven't been negotiations, it seems to me that they're probably a little bit far apart from each other. If you're to believe he is going to come back, I think most of us think it's that he's coming back because you wouldn't walk away from this group of guys. Why would you walk away from this dynasty and this group while you still think maybe that there's gas in the tank and you can get something done? His contract's officially up on June 30th. They exchanged offers and counteroffers several months ago. There's since been no traction on a new deal. The Warriors have not presented an offer that's blown Myers away, they say, but there's also a growing sense that even a competitive market offer near the top of what general managers are getting wouldn't be enough to keep Bob Myers, which means that it's not all about the money. That's something you've been talking about, Tom, is that it just may be time for him to walk away, that his life is not all about basketball. And I think he displays that in the way that he does his job, and that I have never viewed Bob Myers as a GM or a president of basketball that sees his guys as just numbers or pieces to move around on a planning board or on a chalkboard, whatever it is, when you're drawing up your season. I don't think he sees them as just numbers. I think that his personal relationships are a huge part as to why this thing has worked.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. That's one thing that him and Steve are very, very strong with is communication. And I think that's helped make this team what it's become. Not the whole thing, obviously, not even the majority of thing, but they're all little pieces that go into a team. being super successful. One, and most important, is the players and the talent that they have. That's always number one. But then there's a lot of things that come after that, and communication is one of them. And him and Bob are really great communicators, really great listeners, and the players know that. People in the organization know that. So Bob isn't. It's not like Bob's walking away to nothing, right? If Bob wanted to, Bob could get paid somewhere else. I mean, Bob's going to make some money if that's what he wants to do. So it's not like, oh boy, if I don't take this offer from the Warriors, I'm back to working for minimum wage. No, Bob's going to be fine one way or the other. So now it's about what you want to do, what you feel like fulfills you. Maybe is easier for the family. You don't have as much stress. Although generally with higher paying jobs comes higher stress, no matter what field you're in. So I don't know. I just thought that maybe, and I think some people feel like you don't want to leave this. Maybe he feels like he does want to leave it because whoever takes over will at least be in a good position. Like I don't think people really enjoy bailing when it's hard. You just stay for all the good times, and then as soon as it becomes hard, you just pull the ripcord. I don't envision him as that type of guy, and I think most people in his position wouldn't want to be that type of guy. You win a whole bunch of championships. See ya. Out. Good luck to the next person. I know Pop always said that he wanted to leave it in a better place or as good a place as what it was when he was there.
Done.
And,
you got Wembayama, bro. You're done.
Yeah, give him a couple years, and we'll see.
Let me set him up.
And they got like 9 number ones in coming years.
It's incredible.
They're going to be a force if Wembanyama is as good as everybody says he is. But yeah, so I think Bob looks at it. And the money's obviously got to be somewhat of a factor.
I think it is a huge factor. Actually, okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's a huge factor, but it may be a huge factor from the respect angle.
Yes, that's
that they haven't respected him, at least in his mind, for a long time. What he's accomplished and why, like when it's a shock that you're not top 3, top 4, whatever, then that's probably you're not paying the guy enough. When everybody around you's going, "Wow, that dude helped you win 4 championships," you would think he would be the highest paid guy. I mean, by that standard, though, you'd say, well, Steve should be the highest paid guy, but Pop is the highest paid guy. So it's not all about what you've done, but that's got to factor into it a lot. So a lot of factors. So that's a factor. The stress of the job is a factor. Who knows how often he's on the phone, whether it's texting or calling with, Joe or people in the organization. It's just like, oh, I just wish I didn't have to do this for a while.
It's a different beast. It's a different job.
Yeah.
It's a different job than the one he took.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just, this doesn't surprise me. I still don't think it's over. I don't think, I still think it's kind of like maybe, I think it's maybe 60-40 the other way. Like he's leaning toward retiring. And not retiring, but leaving this position and going on to something else. But could be 60-40 the staying way. It's hard to get a read on him. He doesn't talk about it a lot. That's another thing him and Steve have in common. They don't talk about themselves very often. Mm-hmm. They talk about other people. They talk about the team, everybody else in the organization, and how they've contributed to the success. They don't trumpet their own horns. So it's hard to get a read on him because he doesn't talk a lot about, and he's certainly not going to talk about it now. We all know that. So we're all just kind of guessing. But the fact that he doesn't have a contract now, and we're getting up against it, leads me to believe that there's a better chance that he leaves than he stays. Not by a lot, by a little bit. So that's just kind of what. But again, I could be wrong. I don't talk to him. I talk to Steve a lot. I don't talk to Bob a lot, and don't talk to him a lot about the stuff, that kind of stuff. So I really don't have any insight for you.
You didn't ask him what he was making when you saw him?
What he's thinking? Yeah. What are you making?
Hey, Bob, what did you ask for? What are you making now, and what do you want to make?
Yeah, let me go. Because I'd like to really be able to talk about it on the show.
Yeah,
so can you tell me exactly what you're making, and give me the other guys.
I'll just take a photo of your W-2s. I don't have to take the actual hard copy. I'll just
give me the guys that are ahead of you, so I can rip them. Go, what the hell is that dude making more than Bob? Are you kidding?
Let's look at his accolades relative to you. We'll help you get paid, Bob. Yeah, we'll help you get some money. We'll help you out, bro. Daryl Morey, what the hell is this about? This guy's you've been losing to the Warriors for years. It would be disappointing. It really would and I don't know that we'll ever know that this is the reason, but it would be disappointing if finances were the reason he left, or were a big part of why he left. And I do wonder, and I wonder what you think about this. If he did leave and he took another job, I don't know, within a year, like almost immediately, or took another position, and I'm saying like a president, not like, and I could see him years down the line, or doing a Jerry West thing where you're an advisor, or you help
or
a
like
team
a
out.
Pat Riley thing.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like an ownership stake and that kind of deal.
That would be different. But if he took another job where he was working for a team, where he was like this type of role, if he did something like this, that would mean more to me that it was about something behind the scenes that we just don't know about, rather than just, I'm stressed and I don't want to do it. Because that would mean that he was willing to do it. He just didn't want to do it here anymore.
Yeah.
And that would mean a lot walking away from this group. That's what I mean. It's like if it plays out at some point that he takes another job so soon that he's not like taking it and refreshed and done his whole, step away. And a lot of guys do that, step away for many years and then come on back. I could see that. I could see the advisor role, the ownership role, anything like that. But if he takes a job on par or on level with this position, that would, I think, say a lot about why it was that he left.
Yeah, and we'll only know that when.
If
If he does that. And it's, I mean, you don't see this very often, that it comes to this, even close to this. Usually these things are taken care of months ago, because everybody likes winning. And everybody realizes if you win, everyone's getting more money. Like, everybody wins. So you would just think, okay, we'll take care of him, we'll move on. Take care of Steve, we'll move on. But that's why I think there's something else there that's just, he's thinking, do I want to do this every day? Is this really what I want to go through every single day? It's got to be super stressful, but I don't know exactly why it's that stressful, but it's got to be something along those lines. I'm sure the money there's no doubt the money has its factors in, but because it should have been done, should have been easy to handle. But even now, I think he's probably thinking, I don't know if I want to do this every day. I'm not sure. And who knows what's going to happen to the team? It's just interesting because they got stuff to decide, like in the next few weeks here. Whether they're going to do it Draymond, they're going to offer Clay an extension.
Steve's got a contract coming up now, final year.
Are they going to move? Are they going to move off some people?
Poole,
all kinds of stuff. And now they're having. This is like the first order of business, though. We got to take care of this before anything else.
We've never seen something like this
gets
before.
Taken care of.
It was going to be a hectic offseason anyway.
Yeah, it's wild.
Right.
Yeah, it's wild. And who knows? Because they're coming up on a $400 million tax bill, $400 million bill for next year. And I think Joe would gladly pay that if they're winning. He ain't paying that for a second-round exit. That I can assure you. So I don't know if he really thinks they could win again.
Second-round exit gets you $200 million.
Yeah, exactly.
You go 4 rounds, you get 400 on the tax bill.
How do they strike? I don't know. Yeah. But that first order of business is taking care of Bob or not. And if it's not him, then maybe Dunleavy Jr. takes over. I don't know. But it's going to be. It'll be interesting. Like I said, I'm leaning. It's a small lean towards he's leaving, but I don't have any inside information.
Yeah, me neither. Shocker, I know. I'm just. It doesn't feel good with the way things are going right now. When these reports start to come out, he is expected to speak next week as part of the end of the season press conference media obligations. We'll see if he addresses this. I don't see there's a way that he can talk next week and not answer questions about that. I mean, it's the only thing on everybody's mind is how do we. The season's over. I don't care about, we can talk about how the Draymond punch was impactful on what happened throughout the course of the season, but we're worried about what happens with the rest of this dynasty and the rest of this franchise, and that starts with Bob Myers either deciding to come back or not. However, the Draymond punch is still a topic. Draymond yesterday had a conversation with Stephen A. Smith. I was disgusted, Draymond. I was at the punch. Draymond, what would have happened if he didn't punch Jordan Poole? Marvel has that show on Disney Plus, What If?
Yeah,
what if Captain Carter was the first Avenger? What if King T'Challa saved Tony Stark? There's all these what if scenarios. What if Draymond doesn't punch Jordan Poole? What are the sliding doors of that scenario? I don't know that they win the title. I still don't know that they had the ability to do it. But Draymond spoke yesterday. We'll hear what he had to say on the trust that was lost among the Warriors after he punched Jordan Poole. And then Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape joins us at 2:50. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're not playing right now because when you speak about the fouling, when you speak about all of the slippage that we had as a team on the road, not being able to come together, none of those things happen if that doesn't happen, because the voice that I am and the departments that I lead this team in, there was a ton of slippage due to me sitting back, me not saying anything, me trying to allow that situation to play itself out and giving it time to heal. But while you're giving it all of that time, guess what? I would say probably by February, I started to feel like myself again and speak more. But guess what? There was 5 months of a season where slippage has just been occurring. And by February, if that slippage has been going on that long, you are who you are. At that point, you've built those habits. You've built bad habits. That is who you are now. So to try to correct them then, it's like, okay, you may get a little better. We did. We ended up in the second round of the playoffs, but not at a championship level.
It's a great conversation between Draymond Green. Oh, dude, if you're watching the live stream right now, Tom's getting a lot of tongue from Lou.
Hey, easy.
It's on his face. Don't worry.
Thank you.
He's getting kisses from his dog all up on his chest right now. Dogs are hilarious when they do this when you're sitting down or watching TV, and they just come and stand with their paws on your chest and kind of look up over your head. Is he don't have anything going on? Yeah, he's hanging out. Anyway, Tolbert and Copes.
She has no idea.
We're streaming live on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube as well. And you are listening, of course, KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. I don't know why I did illegal there. I just thought it was a nice time to wedge it in. I was like, yeah, throw it in. I was like, yeah, I guess you're listening to us too. Draymond there talking to Stephen A. Smith the other day. I thought that was a great scope as to what he was talking about. He talks about the slippage and about, I mean, you said this, and we kept saying, can you flip a switch when you get to the playoffs? And Draymond just said to you, when you get to February and you haven't corrected what was wrong in October or in November, you are who you are. That's who you are. You can't just change it. So were they capable of writing some things to get past the first round? Yeah, we all saw it. That's what he said. We were able to exercise some of those demons and win some road games and make things happen. But ultimately, some of the stuff that bothered them and were reasons for that slippage that occurred all season long happened in that second round against the Lakers, and it's why they were eliminated. It's sort of like what Steve said. We maxed out. When you get to February and you're doing the same things, you kind of max out. You can't keep saying, we got to do X, Y, and Z better when you're saying the same things from month after month. It's just something you're not capable of doing.
Yeah, we all, I don't know how many times we talked about this. We talked about a lot during the playoffs.
Funny, it came back up.
Yeah, who are they? Like, who are they? The team that can win or the team that we saw for 82 games? And it was weird because I never thought they could win a championship, but every game they play, I thought they had a chance to win, like a good chance to win, because I know who they are and I know what they've done. So on a game-by-game basis, I thought, yeah, they could win. They could win this. Why can't they win this game? Look what I've seen Steph do. Look what I've seen Clay and Draymond and all those guys. Look what I've seen them do. But 82 games, that's we went beyond the small sample size like a long time ago, because it used to be, it's only 20 games, only 25 games, it's like when Michael Conforto said, yeah, it's still early, but it's not going to be that early for that much longer. And then when I asked him, well, when does that time come? He didn't want to.
He was like, I don't know. I don't want to say.
I don't know, but it's coming. Yeah, it's around there, but it's not here. It's not because they don't want to commit to it because they go, well, 70 games, and if you get to 70 games, they're still not very good. You're like, well, hey, it's not early anymore.
Well,
is it? Well, but we still got 90 games left. Still a lot of season left. So there's always ways to work around it. And the Warriors did that. I mean, how many times did you hear them this year, specifically Clay, at the end of games that they lost, that they should have won, saying, I still believe in these guys. I still think we got a lot of great basketball left in us, and I still think we got great things. And when we're healthy, nobody's been beaten. Nobody's beaten us in the playoffs. So that's just. And they kept saying that over and over, and it was almost like they're trying to convince themselves.
Yeah.
Because they knew they weren't there. There wasn't. You can't win 11 games on the road and win a championship. It's a testament to how good they've been that we even considered it. We would never consider a team that has won 11 games on the road a championship contender. But because they've won 4 in the last 8 years, you thought, maybe if anybody could do it, they could do it. Well, guess what? They couldn't even do it. Maybe a team that fouls a lot but doesn't get to the free throw line themselves. Maybe because we've seen... No. They couldn't do it. So there were just too many things working against them. That being said, look at games 1 and 4 against the Lakers. They could have easily won both those games. Easily. And then maybe this series swings a different way, and they're in the Western Conference Finals.
That's the slippage. That's what we're talking, though. Those are the games they lost all year.
Yep. Exactly.
Those are the games they couldn't close.
Early.
Yeah.
It started the first road trip of the year.
Sadiq Bey hit like a game winner in OT after they coughed the lead late. Remember that? To the Pistons at home. They lost to the bench team of the Suns. Remember that? That entire bench of the Suns emptied on them. And
Orlando beat them twice.
They lost to Charlotte. It was. There was all these. And Steve said to us the other day in our final hit with him, he said that early road trip, was it a 5-game or a 6-game roadie? And they went 0-5 or something on that road trip. He said that kind of tone setter really did. We always talk about tone setters as a positive thing, and then you don't really come back to it. You just say, they got off to a rough start. He said that kind of put him in a hole, and it made it tough to get out. He said it took him a while. He got into that mentality of losing game after game and the exhaustion following the trip they had to Japan, then the punch, then that happens early in the season. You're defending champs. You've already had a long previous season, a short off season. There's a lot that went into trying to regain some footing. Is why I think Draymond kept using that term slippage. It's sort of I think it's an apt term to use there, and that they kept trying to get back there and eventually got over 500. But the problems that they had that kept them from being an elite championship caliber team were never corrected. I think you can correct them. I just don't know if that it happens with this exact group.
Well, here's the thing that you have to consider. You look at the pieces, and in a lot of games this year, Draymond and Clay look like guys that could still win championships. Steph, in most games this year, look like a guy that can still win a championship. So you're like thinking, okay, put some guys around him. Wiggins is back. He doesn't miss 2 months next year. We've seen what he can do, specifically in the playoffs, and you got Looney. And maybe you got to work on the bench a little bit, but you're like, oh, we still got the makings of a championship core. Well, here's the only problem with that. We don't know in a year from now, 8 months, whatever, if Draymond's going to be the Draymond from this year. If Clay is going to be the Clay from this year, and do we finally start seeing Steph backslide a little bit? Because at some point it's going to happen, but he was as good this year. Like, there were times he's not quite as good as he was, let's say, 6-7 years ago, but he's damn close. Like, he's right there. Like, it's almost, you got to really squint hard to see it. Like, he looks like the same guy. He might be, I know he's a little stronger. He probably finishes a little bit better, but he just, not quite as bouncy and maybe quick, but that's never really his game anyway. His game is just skill, period. Shooting, dribbling.
I convinced myself that the guys around him aren't quite as good, so he doesn't look as good.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
That's the only reason it seems that way. That's my logic. It's because he himself is no different. Yeah.
At some point, they're going to start coming back to mortality. So, I don't know. I mean, do I think? Yeah, I do think they're going to have a chance. I think they probably got another couple-year window, but Phoenix is going to be better. I think they're going to try to retool, and I went over all the teams yesterday, so I won't go over them again, but it's going to be another competitive as hell Western Conference, and it's not going to be easy to get through, but yeah, there are some things that they're going to have to correct. Steve touched on it, just how the trust was broken this year, and it really took a long time to try and rebuild it, if they ever really did rebuild it 100% completely. Like, where's Jordan Poole at? Like, mentally, does he want to be here?
That's kind of like, even
does
if Draymond,
he feel like, does he feel like, hey, I want to start. I want to go somewhere and start. Is he good making $30 million a year for the next 2 years coming off the bench? Because if everybody's healthy, that's where he's coming off the bench. Wiggins going to start. Draymond, we know the two guards, and Looney. So would he rather go somewhere and get more minutes, more shots, or is he happy trying to win another ring or two and still making? He's already got the $30 million, so he's good there.
He's got a ring and he's got his 30.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could see
what's important to him.
Yeah, does he care? Is he saying, this is a headache, man? I don't want to. I put up with it, and then he hit me. We don't know what the relationship was entirely before all that. Like, I don't know how he viewed him, Draymond, before all that. And maybe yesterday, Monty Poole said to us, Draymond has work to do in fixing this relationship in order to make this thing work beyond this season. And I said, yeah, but I also, just because Draymond extends the olive branch, is what Monty said, it doesn't mean Jordan has to accept it. He could have accepted it for the sake of the business relationship. It doesn't mean that you get along and you're okay beyond that. That there can be tension there. So I don't know.
That's exactly right.
It doesn't mean that, and I wouldn't blame Jordan if he didn't want to, if they said, hey, you had an opportunity to go somewhere and keep your salary that you just got, you had your ring, who knows what he thinks. He's not built the same equity with the organization that Draymond has. And yet Draymond was the one punished, and I wouldn't blame him if he was still upset about it and feels differently about the situation than before.
Yeah. No, I would. I know.
I can't imagine I wouldn't,
I don't know how I would feel. I mean, do you say, hey, let me take a 2x4 to your jaw and we'll call it even? Do you kick him in the shins? I don't know. Do you got to do anything? Does anything... Or is it just over?
What's paid? How do we go eve? How do we go eye for an eye? Like, what's
exactly Old Testament, baby? Or does anything even come close to getting you there? Because no matter what, that happened, and you're going to think that's really what he thinks of me. Like that's whatever he says or I say at this point, we know how he truly feels. And do I want to be around that? Are you always going to be thinking about that? The thing is, can you truly let it go? That's ultimately what Jordan Poole's going to have to ask himself. Can I just forget about this? And I know it happened, but nothing's changed from before the time. It happened. It happened. We move on. We're done. And we're good. Can you do that? That's tough. I'm sure some people could. Maybe he can. If you can do that, then it's no big deal. Then it's just something that happened and bonded you together. You can use that if you want to. But if it's always going to be there, like you're going to act the same and you're going to be cordial.
Bonds and Kent, you're going that way? Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that, where you're just like,
They hated each other. We knew it, but it's like, fine. They can still, they don't have to.
Yeah, but both of them were Draymond. Both of them were red asses. Yeah. They were just like the same kind of. It'd be like if Draymond punched Draymond. Like if I'm trying to think of another player on the team. I don't know if there is another player on the team. Oh, you know what it would be like? It'd be like Bogut, like when Bogut was there.
If Bogut punched Draymond, or if they got into a fight with each other.
Yeah, they got into it. They'd probably just be like, good scrap, mate, and just like go have a beer together or whatever, and just be done. But you can tell Jordan's not that type of guy. He's just not. That's not him. So maybe it hits a little bit differently when you feel like this was the guy that was like our kind of like our big brother. This was the guy that protected us. This was the guy that if we were at the schoolyard, we knew that when he was around, no one was going to mess with us. And then he like turned around and cracked one of us. That's kind of that hurts a little bit more, I think, than if two guys go at it who are kind of about that the way they go about their business. Because Draymond and Bogues were like both very, very physical, tough,
brash, kind of fiery, loud guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
And they could go, and I think when guys like that go at it, I think they can go at it and drop it. Like, what the hell? You got me.
They're high intensity. There is and everybody's seen that. Everybody's got the buddies who will fight each other, and then afterwards, like, yeah, what's up, man? You're cool. It's almost like you got to bury the hatchet that way.
Exactly.
That wasn't this.
No, it was not.
This wasn't a fight. This wasn't like two guys who were intense and got into it. It's like he walked over to him and he hit him, and he admits that it broke the trust within the team, and it was nearly impossible throughout the course of the year to get it back. So this is all stuff that either Bob Myers or a new general manager would be tasked with having to figure out. Also, deficiencies from the team. There's stuff they have to figure out beyond this year, and we'll get into all that as we work our way through the offseason. Again, Bob Myers expected to speak to the media next week, and we're hoping we'll get a little bit more clarity on his future. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, is going to join us on the other side to talk about the Western Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals continue tonight. Lakers and the Denver Nuggets. Denver with a 1-0 lead, and then last night's game, Jimmy Butler bringing back the heat against the Boston Celtics. Mark Spears joins us next. We'll talk about all that, and Bob Myers, Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. How fast is Casey Schmidt's arm? KNBR writer Danny Enriman details Schmidt having the fastest infield assist of the 2023 season. Check out that story and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
All right, he's live from Denver getting ready for Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Mark Spears of Anscape. Mark, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
Oh, man, just out here in downtown Denver and about to head to the game after I talk to y'all.
Nice.
So,
man, can we get an encore from Game 1?
Yeah, it looked like a blowout at first, but credit to the Lakers for showing some resilience, some fight, and see if that can carry over into tonight.
No, then the Jokic and Davis show was absolutely
Those are the best playoff games I've ever seen, I felt like.
I mean, it was awesome. That
was incredible.
That was fun to watch. So let me ask you this. What adjustment, Darvin Ham made an adjustment putting Rui Hachimura on Joker, and that way Anthony Davis could just kind of roam around the basket and can certainly cause some issues. What do you think Mike Malone might do? Do you think he'll go set screens with Gordon? Do you think he'll space him out? He can hit corner threes, but he can get a little spotty with it. What do you think he might do?
I think the Warriors, what they did against Anthony Davis that I think gave him some success was just kind of put him through a lot of pick and rolls on defense, and which I remember seeing stats from one game where he didn't shoot the ball as well in the second half, and it seemed like the reasoning for that was because he had been so fatigued from going through all these pick and rolls that it kind of wore him down a little bit in the second half. And I think that's something that I think both teams needed to do, with Denver to AD and the Lakers to Joker. Like, they're unstoppable offensively. I mean, what could you do? Tire them on defense, challenge them on defense. Anthony Davis, as you know, is a much better defender, better shot blocker, rim protector. But I had a coach told me the other day, like, if you look at the Minnesota series with Joker, he had some foul trouble issues. And why did he have that against Minnesota but not against Phoenix? Well, Phoenix, perimeter team, didn't attack him. And actually the last game of the Minnesota series, Joker fouled out. So I think what the Lakers need to do is continue to attack him, because he's not really a shot blocker. He reaches for steals, but, while he may be a giant in size, he's no Dikembe Mutombo, So I think you want to keep him from getting a triple-double, get him in foul trouble, and make him sit. That's about the only remedy that the Lakers have for that.
No doubt.
Did Game 1 change your perspective on who may win this series, or make you think the Lakers have a better shot? The video of LeBron leaving the floor made me feel like it wasn't quite Warriors-Cavs Game 1 when J.R. Smith didn't shoot the ball because the Lakers had to battle back tough in this one to build the comeback. But LeBron's reaction, you've seen that video of him in the tunnel when he just says, like, oh, my God. It's like he's saying I felt like we had a shot and it slipped through our fingers, and it's tough to get another shot on the road.
Yeah, I mean, you have to expend so much energy to get back, right?
Yeah, right.
So I think they have to start the game better. But, I mean, dude, these Nuggets are good, man. They're deep. They got athletes. They got scores. And, my biggest concern with the Lakers is, like, can they keep up with them scoring-wise? The Nuggets just score a lot of points. And so, like, can Anthony – like, I know what Joker's going to do every game. Every game he's going to give you that special game. The question is, will Anthony Davis give you that every night? And that, to me, is something I'm really looking to tonight, is because if the Lakers are going to beat Denver, he can't have a night off. He can't do that like he did a couple games against the Warriors. I think he's going to have to be amazing every game for them to have a chance. So if, now they're playing every other day again, if he has a night off tonight, then I think Denver gets it.
What do you think of just – I don't even know if this works, Mark. I was going to say, what about just singling up Jokic and making him be a big-time scorer? We know he can, but don't let him get the 14, 15, 16 assists. Problem is, it's good theory if everyone is paying attention on the court. Because as soon as you fall asleep, somebody back cuts you, and he does not miss open people. If they're open, he finds them, like, every time. So if you're going to do that, then your defense better be really tight. I don't know that teams mentally can stay with it that long without losing somebody on a back cut.
No, and then you have to be disciplined, very, very disciplined defensively, because just when you think he's about to shoot and make one of those weird, crazy, playground shots that he makes, right? Somebody cuts, boom. Or, MPJ's open for a three. His basketball IQ is just so off the charts that he just makes everybody better, and I think he just loves to just lull you to sleep. And the discipline has to be certainly on a level that's not normal. It's almost like you're playing Princeton. Right? He's like a Princeton offense all by himself. Right?
Says it's flex offense alone. He's just running through cut lanes.
He does it.
Is that a good description?
No, no, I like it. I like it because he just his head's like a supercomputer. He's just like running through all these options, like boop, 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 boop. It's like, oh damn, layup got me. Oh, KCP corner three got me. It's funny too because he's the guy that if you saw him play at the park, his first 10 shots he took because the way he shoots, you'd be like, hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. And then after he made the first 9, you'd be like, oh, damn.
You ain't all that.
Yeah, and then after the first game, you're like, oh, damn, we messed up. That's a bad dude right there.
Yeah. and you know what I like about this for him? Like, when they went to the West Finals last time, I was there in the bubble. The eyes just weren't there, right?
Yep.
and they weren't much competition at that time. He was younger, still trying to figure it out. Now it's like, I don't know how many games they got on TV, and they the Spurs, they kind of remind me of the Spurs with Tim Duncan, right? They're just, a lot of people say they're boring to watch, but I enjoy watching the Nuggets, just like I used to enjoy watching Duncan and the Spurs. And he is now getting his opportunity to really show the world just how good he is, how he makes people better, how he makes these crazy shots, how he just, looks like he just had a beer and then just got on the court and just started destroying everybody, right? Yeah. And there's just been so much venom about, is he really an MVP? Should he have won those 2 in a row? Should he have won it again? Well, the one way to shut everybody up is making it to the finals, getting on that stage. But I do hope, and I don't know that he has this in him, like when I have seen the guy do interviews, he seems to be engaging. He seems to be funny. He seems to be hilarious. But more often than not, like, he shuns away from it. And I do think the Nuggets organization does a poor job of like pushing him as a personality, as a star. I think he'd prefer to stay in the shadows, but for the betterment of the organization and for his stardom, he needs to put himself out there. The team needs to push him out there, because I don't think that, like, how does this guy not have a top 15 jersey? Jordan Poole sells more jerseys than him.
Yeah, they need to. You know what they need? They need some of those old like Yao Ming commercials that were kind of like, Yao Ming wasn't super gregarious, but the Yao.
Those were funny.
Somebody could come up with, because I guarantee you, Jokic probably has a dry sense of humor, and they could do. I think they could do some funny stuff, but I think you're right.
Even with his brothers.
Well, I don't know about that. They might just, if the cameraman looked at him wrong, they might thump him one. I don't know. Those guys are scary dudes.
It's good television.
It's good television.
Let
me ask you this. So 29 GMs, other GMs, not counting Denver's, Embiid just won the MVP. Out of those 29, how many do you think would take Joker over Embiid? If you're just, I know this is pure guess, but what do you think the sentiment would be? You think it'd be 50-50 split?
You know what? I'm David Fredman, the old longtime scout you met along the way. Probably forgot if you saw him. He kind of looks like one of the Super Mario Brothers. He once told me never get too high or too low about how people play in the postseason.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like, I wouldn't care. Give me one of them.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Yeah, like I'll take either one, man. They're both great. I just think that, Embiid's been really disappointing, or his ending was disappointing, so it's easy to kind of beat up on him right now. James Harden always,
yeah,
in the playoffs, this is what he does, right? So I'm not surprised there. But, I mean, at some point, whether it's Joker or whether it's Embiid, like, you want to step ahead of everybody else, you got to win a title. You got to get to the finals. And I think I could better answer that question if he makes it to the finals.
Okay.
They're supposed to be there. They had the best record all season in the West.
Yep.
They've been dominant from beginning to end. I don't care what it says, Lakers on the front of their jerseys. The Nuggets are supposed to be in the finals. If they lose, I don't want to hear no Giannis speech. It is a failure. They're supposed to be there. They're not supposed to lose to an 8 seed, right? Because that's what the Lakers are. So I'm very curious to see if Joker can get this over the hump. I covered the Nuggets for 8 years, 99 to 2007. I've seen a lot of disappointing basketball with them. They have not made it to the finals since they were in the ABA. It'll be a very, very emotional time for their franchise, but to me, like, this is their time. This is their year. They got to do it, and that's one way for, Joker to get to that next level is to separate himself, is to get to the finals.
Yeah.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape on the UMA guest line. Wanted to switch gears here just for a second, just get your take on what's going on with Bob Myers. As the report yesterday from Shams Charania was that there's been no extended contract negotiations, and they're bracing for the potential that he's going to leave the organization. Tom and I were saying, this was going to be a hell of an offseason for the Warriors anyway. With all the potential moving parts, you're entering the last year of Steve Kerr's contract, and now Bob Myers could exit. This would be one of the biggest sort of, shifts in an organization that was, I don't know that you'd call them in the middle of a dynasty, but all those pieces are still here. And the guy who, with the architect of that, could be on his way out. Just your thoughts on what may happen and how much changes this offseason if Bob Myers goes.
Yeah, no, when I was at the NBA pre-draft camp a couple of days ago, they had the GM meetings. Bob wasn't there, and Mike Dunleavy Jr., the assistant GM, was in his place for him. I've been told that, Bob doesn't always attend that meeting, shouldn't put too much into that. But most of the speculation I hear is there's expectation that he is going to depart. And with that being in mind, Dunleavy is the person that I think about, that franchise is comfortable with. He's a Bob protege. I don't know that was he long enough where he did play with Steph, right? So
no,
I believe so.
No, he got traded for Al Harrington and Stack Jack with Troy Murphy.
But didn't he come back?
God, I don't remember if he did. I don't think.
Yeah, like later in his career. I feel like I might be wrong. But anyways,
cameo.
No, just like late in his career, like maybe I feel like he came back to the Warriors a second time. But that being said, I just everything I hear sounds like it's going to be a change. And the one thing that's important for the Warriors is, like, you can't make a change after the draft, after free agency. Like, Bob's got to make a decision, or I don't know if it's Bob's decision to make or the organization's decision to make. But either way, like, you got draft coming up. You got potential trades to make. Are you going to keep this roster the same? This is a very important time right now. Bob was in Chicago, so perhaps that's a good sign. But whatever decision is, like, this should have been taken care of. It shouldn't have. I'm watching on ESPN right now the draft combine, and it's not good at this time not to have things solidified. You're interviewing potential players for your franchise, and they're like, well, who's going to be the boss? They don't know. So I think they need to figure this out sooner rather than later.
Final thought, not on the series because it just started, but Jimmy Bleepin' Butler, man. This guy. And that 46 points they laid on him in the third. They got outscored every quarter, but the third quarter, and they win the game. I mean, the Heat are just at a different. I don't even recognize this team for the
31
team
and a half
in the regular season.
In the playoffs, he's averaging. He's incredible.
And another thing to keep in mind is, like, you're hearing whispers maybe Tyler Hero makes it back when they get back to Miami. I don't know if he does, but if they could get some boost from him, I don't know what he would be able to give them. But Jimmy freaking Butler, I was at that game where he scored 56. It's absolutely incredible. And he doesn't like people to say that there's a playoff Jimmy or he takes it to a different level. I don't see this in the regular season.
Yeah, I know.
But I had one NBA head coach tell me the other day is he is every coach's nightmare because he just takes it up to a different eon with this, and he makes everybody around him better, and he brings some confidence into him. And I know Adebayo's not the healthiest right now, but if he could give him a boost, if Hero can get back, I might be on South Beach adding to my already natural team.
He's shooting 52% in the playoffs and averaging 31.5. On 21 shots a game, 31.5 he's averaging a game.
It's crazy.
It's incredible. Through 11 games, he's also 5.5
defensive stuff, too. We talk so much about offense, but he muddles things up defensively as well. Yeah. Tough defender, man. He's probably the MVP of the playoffs so far.
Yeah. He had 6 steals last night.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
And a couple of them look like
That's what I'm saying.
DB.
We talk so much about his offense. He's nightmare on defense too.
No.
He ain't get no 6 steals in February.
No. Well, maybe in February. Maybe in the month of February.
Yeah.
Well, as the kids like to say, he's about that life. He's about that playoff life. So
8 of his 11 games, too. He's gone 41-plus minutes. He's like playing every minute of the game and
or
he's
like the kids used like to say, Himmy. He's Himmy.
Himmy beat Jimmy B. That's our guy.
Oh, man. All right, have enjoyed the game tonight. Hopefully you get a good one as good as last game. It'll be interesting to see if the Lakers who steps up for them. Can Joker keep doing what Joker's doing? I mean, it's just I'm loving that series right now. So I can't wait to watch the game tonight. Enjoy it, and we'll look forward to talking to you soon, my friend.
All right. Talk to y'all next week.
All right, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Great Spears, Mark Spears, ESPN and Andscape.com. Make sure you're following him and reading him. But we do have a game 2 tonight, Lakers and the Nuggets. Did you feel like that in game 1, like the Lakers? I don't feel like they blew their shot at getting it done, but it felt to me because they made the comeback, LeBron exerted a lot of energy in game 1.
Yeah.
More than I think he would have liked to for a loss.
Well, that's what I think helped them against the Warriors.
Yeah.
There were 2 games back-to-back. They didn't play in the fourth quarter. There are 2 blowouts both ways. So they only had to play like 32 minutes. And I think it's tough. You start getting up there in age, and maybe more for LeBron and not as much for Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, he's been around a long time, but he's still relatively young. But with the injuries, you're always concerned if you push him too hard, he may get injured. But as far as like just fatigue, I think he can handle it. He's still young enough. But LeBron's getting up there, and I'm sure that takes a toll on him. So, yeah, to exert that type of energy and come up just short, you feel like, all that energy I put into this, and we didn't get the win.
Yeah.
That hurts because now he maybe zapped a little bit for game 2, but. Again, I think it's going to be fun. I wouldn't surprise me if the Lakers got this one tonight. It's going to be hard. I'd still favored the Nuggets, of course. I think they're favored by 5.5, and that's about what I would have it.
Bounced at 5.5, 6 this morning was what.
Yeah, that's what I would have. That sounds about right. I don't think anything's changed from game number 1. But if they could get one, but Denver's good enough to win on the road too. Although they weren't great on the road this year. I remember mentioning it a lot. The Kings and the Clippers. For like the longest time, were the only 2 teams over 500. And the Clippers were barely over 500, and the Kings were way over 500. I think the Nuggets may have been like 1 game over at one point. I'm not sure how they finished, but they weren't a great
19-22 on the road in the regular season.
Yeah. So they weren't a great road team at all. So, I don't know. I mean, just watching these 2 guys, I just love watching Joker play anyway. He's just so much fun to watch play. So, and then watching him go against Anthony Davis is fun. So, we'll see what happens. I think the Lakers are expected to start Hachimura tonight. I'm sure he'll start on Jokic, and we'll see what adjustments Malone has. He'll keep the starting lineup the same for sure, but what is he going to do to not let Anthony Davis lurk around the bucket all game long?
We'll get more into these game 1s as we get you ready for tonight's game 2 for the Lakers and the Nuggets, but also game 1 last night, Heat and Celtics, was fantastic unless you had YouTube TV and you weren't able to see it. Nationwide, YouTube TV was down for TNT's broadcast of the Heat at the Celtics. We are transitioning into an era where NFL Sunday Ticket is going to be streaming this year on YouTube TV. If you cut the cord, how you feeling about the potential of losing out or missing out on some of these big-time sporting events because of streaming loss? We'll talk about that on the other side as the cable cutting is happening more and more frequently, and ESPN may be the next to do it. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. ESPN's Kendra Andrews joined Pop on Lunch today to discuss the likelihood that Bob Myers could be leaving the Warriors organization. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Thursday afternoon. Talked to Mark Spears just a little bit ago about everything going on in the NBA playoffs. Everybody thinking about Bob Myers, what's going to happen with him and his future with the Warriors, as there are reports that he and the Warriors have not had any negotiations or extensive talks in some time on a contract extension. June 30 is when his deal is up. But as Mark Spears said, there's a lot of stuff going on this time of year with draft combine and free agency pending that you would like to have that position settled and figured out. So we'll talk more about that as we go on this offseason. Eric Burns to join us at 3:50, and Larry Baer going to join us at 4:50. But still with some NBA here. So last night, streaming sports getting big. And for me, I've always thought, like with us in radio, I've always thought as long as there were live sporting events, there would be terrestrial radio, or there would be, and now we've got, of course, the ability to stream games and stuff. And I thought the same for television, that as long as these networks were still dealing with live sporting events because of actual live games, you don't want delays on things, you don't want things to play after they're supposed to, that we would still have cable. And then everybody started transitioning to Netflix and so on and so forth. And now we've made the jump where at one point we as consumers kind of held the power over the cable companies, where it was like, well, then I'm just going to cut cable and I'll jump to YouTube TV, or I'll jump to Sling, or I'll just do Netflix and Hulu and do all that stuff. Then they kind of took the power back by saying, okay, well, now every one of the networks basically is going to have their own streaming service. So you've got to a la carte sort of what it is that you want if you're going to cut cable. And Peacock is, in my mind, and maybe I'm off on dates, but Peacock in my mind is the first one because they're an NBC streaming service where if you were getting The Office or any NBC show on another stream service when that contract was up, it went right on back to Peacock, and that's where it lives now. If you want it, you've got to pay for that. Peacock just negotiated an exclusive deal for an NFL playoff game.
What?
Yeah. Peacock is going to have an NFL playoff game. So this coming year. So this is stuff that's happening.
Really?
I believe it's this year, right? Or is it next season? It's this year. Tim, yeah, the news broke the other day. Peacock has negotiated the rights to a playoff game for this year. Yeah.
I'm not digging that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what's happened now is, one, it's getting extremely expensive, which was our reasoning for wanting to cut the cord anyway, right?
Exactly.
The whole reason behind it was, dude, I'm paying, and Xfinity was crazy. I mean, Comcast, for me, was getting more expensive for the cable and the internet and the landline, and then we cut that versus what I could, and I was paying still for Netflix. That's the thing, is I was still paying for both because you still want to have the ability to watch everything that everybody else is talking about and all the great shows. And then they're producing their own content for those stations. Then you started getting these packages where, okay, there's Disney Plus is bundling with Hulu and ESPN and all this. Well, now ESPN is talking about potentially, it looks like they're trending towards this model where they're going to cut their cable entirely and become strictly a digital streaming service.
What?
ESPN is in those negotiations now to say we'll pull off of all standard cable.
What?
So now if you want to watch ESPN, you'll have to pay for their ESPN subscription, whatever price it is that they put on.
That's garbage, man. What the hell's going on?
So we're on a slippery slope here. Now, that for me is what the biggest issue is I shouldn't have to pay. And they can say, well, this is what you asked for when you decided you only wanted to pick and pay what you paid for. It is true. We did say, I don't want to have to pay for all of this crap. I should just be able to pay for what I want to watch. Well, now that's kind of what they're saying you're going to have to do. So last night, YouTube TV down for a lot, and I think a lot in the second half of that Celtics and Heat game one. Now, the counter to this is if you had YouTube TV, you could have, for no extra or additional cost, streamed the game on the TNT app or on TNT's website because you have a YouTube login. You are a cable subscriber to TNT. For no additional cost, you could go onto their website or their app and watch the game fine. It was YouTube TV's issue that it was down. The issue we have is now with exclusive rights deals for things like this, where if you're watching a Monday Night Football game and it's the Niners and the Rams on Monday Night Football, or Niners Seahawks, it's a huge game for us, and that's the only place I can watch it because I'm not watching on the app or cable. They're not on cable anymore. I can only watch it on the app. What if the app goes down? Now we have no other option. I mean, now you would say, well, this is what used to happen with cable if the cable went out or there was a problem, but this is why nobody had dish or satellite, right? Because there was so many connectivity issues. It was like that was the unless you lived out in rural somewhere where you couldn't get cable, that's the only option you had. I just think we're on a slope here where in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to be in a realm where you and I, Tom, may not be able to sit on the couch and just flip through one service and watch every sporting event that's on, because all of these services are now taking their own content and saying, we have it. If you want it, you have to come pay us for it, not a third party. I like the stream aspect. I love that I have this availability of all these different things. I kind of like it as it is now. I think we're gonna jump the shark here pretty soon.
I'm trying to think, how much would somebody pay for a sports service to get all the sports? Like, how much would that cost to get all the sports from all the different streaming services? So you got ESPN, you got Amazon, you have Peacock, whatever else you might have.
I can tell you all the ones I have. I mean, I can tell you, and I don't pay for all of them because there are certain, like I have YouTube TV. I love YouTube TV, by the way. I swear by it. This is the only time I've seen an issue of this magnitude with YouTube TV. I watch Red Zone for years now on YouTube TV with no issue. And every once in a while you get a dropout or something, but it comes on back. You can share with people. You can stream it on just about any device. I'd never been able to watch the Giants on my phone or a tablet when I was away from my house because you can't watch it on the MLB app because of blackout restrictions. Now I can watch it on my phone on YouTube TV. I love YouTube TV. But I don't love that I have YouTube TV. Sasha and I pay for Netflix. My sister pays for Hulu, but we all share it. My dad pays for HBO. We all share it. We've got Peacock. We've got Amazon. I've got 6 services now where I'm paying for 4 of them, and I'm probably missing some. I'm probably missing Disney Plus. My sister has, she pays.
Yep.
I'm just saying, if you want all the things that are out there, we're talking Showtime we don't have. There's nothing on Showtime that I need, Tim. There's nothing I'm adamant about on Showtime. I'm just saying there's probably more that are out there that I'm not even thinking of, and you can do your trial subscriptions or whatever. But we're talking like 10 to 11 services right now. I pay for ESPN, MLB Network, or MLB TV, or whatever it is that I've got, that subscription. So I'm up to Apple TV. There's another one. We're like 15 of these, where if you want to keep up with the hot show, and I have them all, I cut cable, but we still pay for our internet package, right? You're still giving money to that company for the internet package so you can stream your services. We initially were actually saving money. I think we're kind of right back to where we were, and maybe paying more by the time it's all said and done. I think it's going to come back around.
No, I want a service. I'm going to start my own sports service. Just like, how much would it cost me to get everything? And look, I don't want anything from your streaming service but the sports. That's it. I wonder how much they would. But then I guess you'd be back. It'd be like cable, but it'd be just sports, like sports cable, basically. Like
that's
one
what I'm saying.
service.
It's just cable. We're just paying for cable now.
But it'd be like cable, but just sports cable.
Yeah.
It'd be sports cable.
So I don't want anything else.
I'd sign up for sports cable.
But you have to get every event. You have to get every event.
Every event. Yes,
I get all NFL games. I get all. It's not just I'm getting ESPN. It's I get every event across every sports platform.
Be like the old satellite dish. You just like pick up everything. You get cricket. Like if it's sports, you'll get it on this service. I get that. I get that in a heartbeat. Just as long as I have the ability to record games. I can't watch everything live.
See, and that's it. And YouTube TV you can record. I love that. It's unlimited recording. Or to an extent. Yeah,
Amazon, you can do that. You could do that this year. So I put the Thursday game on a season pass, and then you can go back and watch those whenever you want to watch them. So I will do that. Somebody told me, maybe it was you that told me, I'm not sure, because they show the Amazon game
at bars
on NFL Network after the game's already concluded.
Yes, they show it right out. They'll just throw it up.
Yeah, the problem is, and I have no idea why they would do this.
They have the bottom line going or something.
The bottom line goes, and it shows you the final score of the game you're watching.
I'm like, dude, and that's the only game that's been played. It's the only thing they're showing you on the bottom line, because the only game that's been played. Exactly how many yards the guy threw for, right?
What are you doing? I mean, you're showing the game. How about not having the bottom line during the game that you're showing?
Our guy Derek Pop, our producer of our show, used to work for years at NFL Network, told them to stop doing that.
Did he?
And they still do it. Yeah. By the way, Derek's here now. I wonder, what was her reaction to that, Derek? Because you work with us now. Yeah. Is that what they said?
Derek.
That was what they said. That was a response to Derek. Somebody on the text line 707 says, Cope's casually flexing how much money he blows a month on all the stream services. Balling at KNBR these days. If I don't do that, I can't even talk to you about. I need to watch all that crap, or I can't even talk to you about what's happened in any given event. Fubo TV people are saying, like, yeah, there's
Fubo.
There's a bunch of different ones. I don't even know what they do. They're to me, it's like the general for auto insurance. I'm like, I don't know what no knock on you if that's what you have. I don't know what some of these services do or mean. I just go get what I need from whatever service has it. And my family and I try to share and distribute as much as we can. You know what I mean? We'll try to, if there's a password, we've got like a text group where everyone's like, hey, this is the new login for this. We've got a whole notepad full of the saved login so everybody can use it. But I like YouTube
Aren't they getting
TV.
rid of that, though? Like, it's got to come from the same IP address?
So YouTube TV allows you to do it. They call it the family plan or something, and you can have multiple people log in.
So you got to pay a little bit more and you get a family plan.
I think you can pay per however many you want. They might come with a certain amount, and then you can pay for up to 5. I don't know, but that has to do IP per profile or something. But for Netflix, I know they said they were doing that, where they axed their unlimited sharing of your password, where like Sasha's mom used to use our Netflix password in Australia, and I don't think she can anymore unless you pay extra. Also, I saw Netflix launched a commercial-based.
Yes.
I was like, what the fuck? Yep. I was like, you guys are so stupid. Now you're doing live TV and commercials? What are we doing? Come watch our live comedy event only at this time. No, I won't. I'll watch it on Netflix 3 days later as it was intended. It's so funny how this is all just like come out. I got an idea. How about we make our money back by throwing in some ads? I'm like, this is what The Athletic did too. They were like, we're ad free. and you're paying for a subscription. Now you're just a newspaper. Now we're right back to where we started.
Everybody wants to be ad-free. It all sounds good until you start losing subscribers.
Now we're right back to where...
Here's an idea. Why don't you give me half the money you were going to bet? Then we'll go out back, I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll call it a day.
Bingo. Bingo. That's where we're headed. And you won't get to watch the event you were hoping you get to watch.
No, you won't. Well, that's the problem with Netflix. They beat everybody to it. They beat everybody to market. So they could do all those sort of things because there were no choices. Now, everyone, as you said, everyone's coming out with their streaming service. So people are picking and choosing a little bit now. And I don't know if Hulu's the one that first started it, Amazon. Maybe it was Hulu that started with the commercials. So
yeah, they were the first. They had the live. You had the live. Yeah, no ads.
You could pay extra if you didn't want commercials, but you wanted that. I know Peacock did that initially. You get Peacock, download it, you're good to go. You don't mind the commercials, then you're good. Yeah, but if you want to watch stuff without the commercials, it's like, do you want to drive in traffic or do you want to use the fast track? Which I used yesterday, by the way. It was God. Some of those like stretches at night, 10 miles, $17. I was like, that's ridiculous.
Wait. What are we talking? Like, are you talking about the toll track? Roads? Is that what we're saying? Oh, dude,
exactly.
What a crock.
Oh, it was terrible.
First time I ever experienced that, I was in Florida like 10 years ago, and I was like, wait, I'm paying a toll for just driving on this freeway like beyond this marker right here?
Yep.
There's nothing different. I'm in the same city. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I think I paid $28 to get home, and I would have spent it again. I was like, I don't feel like waiting in this traffic after walking 6.5 miles and playing like crap.
$8, dude. That's like 4 months of Netflix, man.
I know,
throwing that money away. Actually, it might be like 1 month of Netflix at this point.
I was like, man. Give me home. But so do you? I mean, do you want to do the commercials? Do you not want to do the commercials? But I'm with you. Everyone you just mentioned, I have them. We all have them.
Yep,
we have every single one of them. And cable. I have Xfinity too. So I still got everything. I was like, I'm not sure if this worked out the way I intended it to work out. I got to be honest with you. I thought it was gonna, because there are certain shows I want Peacock for, certain shows I want Paramount for. Like, I get all the Yellowstones on Paramount.
No, you don't.
And yeah, I do.
No, you don't get Yellowstone on Paramount because Paramount.
No. I get all the Yellowstones, all the old ones.
This is what I'm saying. So that's what's so funny is that Paramount is the network that it created Yellowstone, but their app stream service came out after they sold the rights of Yellowstone to Peacock to stream.
Yep.
So you can stream the first original show on Peacock, but if you want all of the other content, you got to go to Paramount. So even if you wanted all of Yellowstone, you can't even get it all right now from the original company that created it. That's what BS this. They were selling their own stuff to other people, and now they're like, you can't do that. You have to come to us together. It's so dumb. So when that contract runs out, then you will get all of it. But you're right, 1883, which we just finished. 1923 is all I have to go, bro.
1923.
I'm almost up.
Have you started that one?
That's the last one to go. We're starting it this weekend, I think. Maybe next week.
It's really good. I think 1883 is my favorite, though.
It was good, dude. 1883 was not. I mean, what's his name is incredible. Who had played Boach? I'm blanking on his name. Sam Elliott.
Yeah, Sam Elliott.
He'd be my pick to play
awesome.
Bochy if we were going to cast him in a movie.
Yeah, Sam Elliott was awesome.
He's a badass, dude.
Yeah.
Playing on that beach. Anyway, tough deal for Sam Elliott at the end of that one. On the other side, we will, if you didn't get to see it because of YouTube TV, we'll let you know what happened in the Celtics and the Heat. We'll tell you about it next, and then Eric Burns joins us at 3:50. It's Stolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Listen, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much for taxes or fees or taking on too much risk, or even if you were going to be able to live the life that you've wanted to live in retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to all of their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are standing by. They're awesome to talk to. They'll walk you through it, and they've got a no-cost or no-obligation consultation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representatives offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jokic, 94 feet away, will inbound to Murray. Quickly back to Jokic with 4. Jokic dribbling three-point line with 3. Jokic with 1 will rise. Contested triple. Goes home at the end of the third. A rainbow finding the pot of gold. And it's back-to-back 30-point triple-doubles in the postseason for Nikola Jokic.
The Nuggets survive the comeback and win game 1. Well, I can't wait for game 2. Shot clock at 3. Butler with Brogdon. It's a long 3. And good! Oh, Jimmy frickin' Butler puts it in! Miami has come into Boston in game 1 and won on the Celtics 4, 123-116.
How was the final last night's Eastern Conference Finals Game 1? At one point in this game, they were getting 10.5 points. They were down double digits in this game. Jimmy Butler has been on fire this postseason. We were just talking about it.
Frickin' Butler!
With Mark Spears. He had 6 steals in last night's game, 35 points. He's averaging 31.5 a game through 11 games this postseason. In 8 of the 11, he's played more than 41 minutes in each game. He's averaging 5.5 assists, 6.5 rebounds. And the Miami Heat have a 1-0 lead. Now the news that Tyler Hero could be returning when they get back to Miami, even in a limited capacity, would be huge. Celtics dropped game 1 at home after having a 66-57 halftime lead. And then, Tom, you pointed out the Heat only outscored the Celtics in one quarter of yesterday's game. It was the third. 46 points. Jimmy Butler had 35 in the game. Tatum had 30. Didn't make a field goal in the fourth, only free throws. Tatum's having a weird, he's damn good still. And he has incredible stretches. Like that game 7 was great. But he's had a weird sort of last couple of weeks in terms of when he's gone cold versus when he heats back up, whereas Jimmy's just been red hot since the playoffs started.
Jimmy frickin' Butler!
Kevin Harlan. No, the third quarter was just, they could not miss. I don't know how many threes they had in that quarter. I think there were 16 for 31 overall. They must have had 8 of them in the quarter. They have to figure out what they want to do with those screener rolls. Because what happens is Bam Adebayo comes out, sets a high screen. They dribble off it. They switch it. Then Bam goes to about the free throw line. Free throw, dotted line, broken line, somewhere around there. And they just space everybody else out. And they're going to let him go work one-on-one. And if you don't help, he's going to go to work. If you do help, he just pitches it out. And guys are drilling threes. Like, I don't know what they're shooting threes. I'd have to check to see what
I'll get them for you. But
see what the Heat are shooting from 3 in the playoffs.
They were 9 of 12 in the third quarter yesterday.
9?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 6 of 9 in the third quarter yesterday.
6 of 9.
6 of 9 in the third.
Still,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of 9 in the third.
That's ridiculous. They couldn't miss, and they went down 12.
69.
Dude, Tim got it from. Dude, no joke. Tim was walking back away from the. I watched him run back into the room.
Did he run back?
He ran back in. I saw him on the corner of my eye, like stepping up to go talk to somebody in the hallway, and he ran back to hit that one. I said, "Wait, actually, they were 6 of 9." I didn't even look up to tell him. He just did it.
He was probably like, "Oh, I finally here's my chance."
The one time we actually did say the numbers, and he could have hit.
Here's my chance.
He's leaving the room.
He does it when it's 59. He goes, "Oh, this is actually 6 for 9." Dude, I'm not missing this. I'm surprised he didn't blow his hamstring.
Yeah, I know. Well, he is rubbing it now. But, Tim, good work, man. Good work. We give you a lot of crap, but good work on that.
But they just torched him. And it went from 12 to 0 quick. Because they got up 12, and it was a 3. I think a 3, an and 1 3, and another 3. And it was like, he was gone. It was like gone. It may not have been a 12-0 run, but I think it was 9-0. Boston might have scored, and the Heat just kept scoring.
It was 71-59. Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're saying? Yeah. It was 71-59. Then it goes all the way to 72-68. Then they just keep on rolling, and then they get it all the way to, then it's like 70. 86-81. Like it was an absolute barrage.
At some point, Missoula, I thought, should have called it.
And he didn't. He just let it, and they didn't score for an extended period of time.
Yeah, at some point, you got to get organized again and say, look, okay, here's what we want to do, and this is how. And if nothing else, just try to cool them off. Just try to break their rhythm a little bit. Like you get, okay, let's break their rhythm, but mostly I want to take care of my guys. And what are we seeing? What do we need to do? What adjustments? Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I want to do. And then maybe you break their rhythm a little bit too, because they're just like rolling. They caught fire. And they're just, woo, this is fun. Coming down, shooting threes, throw it to Bam, get it again, threes, got it, boom. No timeouts? All right, let's just keep balling. Let's keep doing it. And so I thought at some point, like, hey, look, if you're Phil Jackson, you want to pull that and let teams go on like a 21-2 run or something. You've won 5-6 rings. Go ahead, do what you're going to do.
You got a prove and let them play mentality, right?
If you're Missoula, at some point you got to say this is not going well.
Phil did it. I don't know.
Yeah, we may want to call a timeout. Call a timeout here to kind of stem the tide because we're feeling a little overwhelmed right now.
Never got that. It threw me off as a kid too watching it because you get the. You have like the internal clock that like you see Steve do, like they're calling a timeout here. Like that was a dumb turnover, and then another one, and they pour on 3 straight. Right,
poor
early shot clock miss.
Transition defense.
Totally, yeah.
Poor transition defense is automatic. Like if guys just aren't getting back, boom, timeout. Because that is a pet peeve of his. So I can call those ones. In Braille.
Fans know. You get the feel for it, and because the personnel a lot of times have been the same, you knew what Bochy was going to do when he managed to get, like, you kind of had a feel for when he'd come out or when things would happen because you'd seen it for so long. But that always threw me off with Phil Jackson. Like, does he ever use timeouts? Like, what, you just let him go, work their way through.
He sat there one game with a nail clipper. He was, like, on the sidelines clipping his nails. I was like, what's this guy doing? He used to sit up in his high chair, too, because his back, and he's sitting above everybody. Hey, show him over there. It's like 16-0 run. He's like, let me get this nail.
Flipping his nails, dude.
Got that one. Okay, good. And then you, look up. Okay, got it.
That might be more disrespectful than the cigar from what's his name in Boston? Who am I blanking? Yeah, Auerbach. Auerbach used to spark the cigar, like, sitting on the bench. In the fourth quarter, he's like, we're up 18. I'm sparking it. And you knew the game was over. Phil's like, I'm clipping my nails. I don't even know. Just disinterested.
Yeah, but they were
in the
losing
game.
at the time.
Yeah, he's disinterested, so I win all the time.
I don't know
It's
who was
fine.
disrespectful to
your team,
everybody
the fans,
in general, I guess. Yeah, like everybody, like, I don't even want to be here. You guys are like
just slap in the face.
Is that a cuticle right there? You can take care of that.
By the way, the Miami Heat shooting 37.8% in the playoffs from 3.
37.8 from 3.
And they attempt 36 a game. And they are behind only of teams remaining. They're only behind Denver and Boston. But Boston is shooting a higher percentage, but they're taking like 8 fewer a game or 7.
Yeah, because they killed them in the paint last night.
Right.
They killed them in the paint. And it goes to show you, the game's not about the paint anymore. It's about bombing. And if you can hit enough threes, especially at a high percentage, and they did. They had 16 on 31 attempts. So it's not 16 on 48 attempts. It's 31. So you're getting efficiency out of those shots. That's 48 points on 31 shots that you get. So, yeah, I don't remember them shooting that well during the regular season. Maybe they did. But that's a pretty good percentage. And they got guys, I mean, how much do they get out of undrafted players? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Strus, you're like, who? Vincent? Who? And these guys are like big-time contributors. They're like main players for your team.
It's a team of chip shoulders. It's like a team of all guys who are like pissed off that they weren't given the respect they were given.
Yeah,
they're all kind of like just I feel like something to prove. Even Jimmy Butler, he's like still out here like stop saying I'm playoff Jimmy.
Yeah,
like now he's like upset about that. He's like upset that we're praising him for being good in the playoffs. He's like going to go off more because he's pissed at us for being. That's how he for real is like stop saying that.
Yeah, I know.
We're like, dude, you don't do this. You're averaging 31.5. By the way, to your point, Tom, they shot in the regular season. They were the fourth worst 3-point shooting team in the league.
Yeah,
34.4.
That's what I thought. Because I watched her in the playoffs. I'm like, okay, who are these guys? Because that's not the team I watched during the regular season. And I've seen them have games like this where you just think they're going to get beat by a better team, and they just hang in there. It's like, dang, these guys do not miss. Like the third quarter is like, give me a break. 6 for 9 and 16 for 31. Thank you. They just, and you know they're going to battle you defensively. I mean, that's Spoelstra. They're just they're going to battle you and get after you defensively.
They come prepared.
Yeah, they have their two guys, right? Butler and Adebayo. Those are their two horses that they're going to ride. And Adebayo, the one thing that they have that maybe a lot of other teams don't have is their two best players are really good defensive players. Like, they're both really good defensive players. And Adebayo is a good offensive player, not great, but he's good. He's really good at distributing the ball. Like, he's a really good passer. He does some of he does some of the things offensively that Draymond does. They're a little bit alike. He's more versatile offensively, and he's going to get you more points. He can do a few more things, and I think Draymond's better defensively, but he's still good defensively, and I think Draymond's probably a better playmaker, but this guy's still a really good playmaker. So you have that. When you get him the ball in the middle of the court, he can find guys. Like, if you're going to single him up, but if you send somebody, he has no problem finding guys. But both of those guys set the tone with their defense. And when you can have your two best players be your two best defensive players, or at least right near the top, that's when you have something. But still, their offense is what limited them during the regular season. But apparently that's not a limiting factor anymore, because they're just like, yeah, that was then, this is now, this is who we are, we're healthy, we're good to go. And there's something about being in that mind frame, and they're in it right now.
Yeah, and they've been here before. I mean, they've had this experience before. It's not unique to them. I'd like to see Tyler Hero get back. That would make this a hell of a series. Nice to see him get game one, because it sets it up now for an awesome series of back-and-forth pressure for both of these teams. And we'll see what happens tonight. Can the Lakers try to steal one from the Nuggets on the road in Denver? On the other side, we'll switch gears for a moment. We will talk to Eric Burns, going to join us to talk a little bit of baseball. I was going to ask you about this. Did you see Domingo Germán from the Yankees get ejected from the game the other day for foreign substance? Second time he's been penalized sort of this year. Earlier this season, umpire comes out, they're facing the Twins, and he tells him to go wipe his hand off. He did that thing where he's like, you need to go clean your hand. So he cleaned it, and he came back, and he was fine. Twins manager Rocco Baldelli loses his mind. He's like, if there's anything on his hand that's illegal, why is he allowed to wash it off? Should be kicked out of the game. Well, the other day, it basically comes out, same thing, and he's got way too much. You can see it. They zoom in on his hand. He's got little, like, specks on his hand, flecks. You see a big sticky patch, like, on his pants and on his back. Like, it's like really apparent he's using something foreign. Doesn't admit to it after the game. He's been issued a 10-game suspension. What I didn't know is that if you get suspended for a foreign substance like that, cheating in the game, the team isn't allowed to replace you on the roster for the suspension. They have to play man down 25 guys, the Yankees do.
Oh, wow.
For the next 10 games. We'll talk to Eric Burns about some of that stuff.
Damn.
The sticky stuff.
Man down.
Foreign stuff. Sticky hand down, man down for the New York Yankees. Eric Burns joins us next on the Sports Leader. Sean Estes joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed Camilo Doval closing out all 3 games of the sweep against the Phillies. More on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, tell everybody about the ERC this afternoon.
ERC, this is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. How do you qualify? There's 2 different ways. You only need one way. One's a certain drop in gross revenue. That's a very easy test, and a lot of firms are stopping there and saying if your gross revenue didn't drop enough, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law specifically talks about either or. The other is a facts and circumstances method. It's a lot more complex, and a lot of firms just don't want to do the work, don't want to do the analysis. We're willing to spend the time and effort and energy in finding out if you qualify. Of course, not everybody does, but an awful lot of people do qualify under this that didn't have that drop in gross revenue. And if you do, you get every bit as much money as if you qualified under the drop in gross revenue method. Call us for a second opinion. Let's see if you qualify, and if you do, let's get the money from the government to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Give Steve Moskowitz a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, moskowitzllp.com.
Born in Redwood City and broke into the bigs with Oaktown.
I gave it absolutely everything I had each and every time I stepped on the field.
It's time to talk ball with Birds.
Holy jeez! Oh, see ya! See ya!
Now here's Tolbert Copes and the No Filter Network's Eric Birds.
Sponsored by the Del Grand Dealership Group. Need a new or used car? Shop online and buy online with no-brainer checkout only at dgdg.com.
On KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Schmidt, 14 hits and 32 at-bats in the big leagues. 4 doubles, 2 homers. He hits a flare along the right field line. It's falling. It's in there. Base hit. Wade has scored, and right behind him, Wilmer Flores scores. Yastrzemski over to third. Just a dunker along the right field line by Casey Schmidt into that no-man's land, and he kept it fair. A 2-run single. The Giants have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, we're awesome.
Casey Schmidt, dude.
We're awesome.
Yeah, we're awesome.
I like it. Time to talk to Eric Burns, nofilter.net. Burnsy, what's going on?
It's been a minute, guys. I mean, I guess that's what happens when the Warriors make a playoff run and the Giants are sub 500. But started off with the Schmidt man himself. Holy
yeah, what do you
cow,
think of him, huh?
He's awesome. Pun intended.
He's fun to watch, isn't he? Just not only the at bats, but the arm and the glove, and just kind of what this organization needed, what this fan base was looking for, a homegrown guy that could come up and look. He's just getting started, but wow, it's been a lot of fun watching him. What are your impressions watching this kid, both with the bat and with the glove?
I love everything I've seen. From what was it, the first night when he ended up hitting the homer in the second at bat, and I mean anyone who's willing to have a family reunion at their at their big league debut, you know it's going to be a good kid. You know it's going to be a good family, and it's just one of those things where I looked, actually, believe it or not, you look at the mechanics of his swing, and I love everything I see. Like, it's short to the ball. He's got that little scissor where the back foot will come out a little bit, firm front side. Time will tell, because obviously when guys get to the big leagues, I don't want to say it's easy to hit, but there's no book on you. So they're trying out all sorts of different things and oftentimes end up going to your strength. It's the normal thing. Troy Gloss and I talk about all the time, when we're talking to the kids. But basically, when you get to the big leagues, or all of a sudden we're facing a new kid or big kid, you figure out, well, okay, pitch him away, see what he can handle, right? You go fastball away, maybe breaking balls away, whatever. And sure enough, a guy ends up hitting a fastball away, drives it to the right center field gap, say it's a right-handed hitter. And then after that, what you do is you say, okay, well, can you hit the breaking ball? So now you start spinning stuff, maybe throwing a changeup, split. And once they cover that, now it really goes back to just the book on every single great hitter in the history of baseball. Hard in, soft away. Hard in, soft away. And then how he reacts when that becomes a consistent theme of fastballs riding in underneath his hands and, nasty breaking stuff going away from him. It just becomes a complete and total cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
Look at Eric Burns on the UMA guest line. Yeah, dude, he's been he was getting like a standing ovation yesterday when he walked to the plate. I was out there yesterday. He's like, the fans, he's done so much, it seems like, to ignite some excitement in the fan base, in that he's an organic player. Like, I think even the free agents that came in, whether you were intrigued by Conforto or Haniger, whoever it was that signed this offseason, I think the fans were left feeling like we got left out in the cold by not landing Correa or Judge, who, I mean, Judge is now swinging the bat pretty well after coming back from the injury. Correa's not having a great start. But to get a guy coming up this early and to have this much immediate success gives you a lot of hope, and I think sort of reinvigorates what could be a special type of player, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of it this year. We're thinking Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey. I think this, for the fan base and for the clubhouse, has done wonders.
Yeah, Coach got a good point, man. I mean, it's a matter basically of letting these guys come up and play. And if you do that, then you're going to give them an optimal opportunity to succeed. Now, if they call guys up and they're there and they get a couple starts and then you're sending them back down, or they're sitting against lefties and, or righties, whatever the split platoon is, obviously the Giants are, obsessed with that, and I get it. But, if you get them consistent at bats, then I think we're going to, see exactly what they have. Will Clark and I do the Deuces Wild show every Tuesday. Super, super bullish on what they have in the minor league system, and especially from an offensive standpoint. So I've been hearing about Casey Schmidt for a while now, and so to see him come up, and we were on the air, on our live stream last week when he made his debut, and so to have him hit the homer, and then right after that, they end up showing like, hey, what, youngest Giants rookie to hit a home run in his big league debut since who? Will Clark, 1986. So that was a pretty cool No Filter Network moment.
I enjoyed the Will No Filter Network moment when he was talking about the pitcher that he wouldn't name, who was throwing an inside fastball to Buster Posey late in the game. That was a good story. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that's why Will's a pro. Right? Like, that's story was so over the top and completely truthful. And
give the people
what's the story? I don't know.
Give the people listening the story that don't know while you go ahead and clean it up a little bit.
Okay, so this is my best attempt at it, and so this is secondhand here. So basically, a kid was up in the bay. It was like a second-year player is what I remember him saying, a pitcher.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And they're like in the heat of some pennant race. Big moment, big opportunity. Buster Posey's behind the plate and is calling, let's just say, he was calling a fastball or breaking ball away. And the guy shakes off, and he's like, nah. He's like, I want in. Throws him the inside fastball. Turn and burn, left field, AT&T Park, Pac Bell, Oracle, call it whatever the hell you want to call it. Gone. After the game, immediately, Will goes in the clubhouse, and he goes, Buster, what are we doing? Like, why in the world would we possibly throw this dude an inside fastball in this moment, in this ballpark? And he goes, he shook me off twice. And Will said he didn't even finish a conversation with Buster, walked straight over the guy and reamed him. And it's tough to do because, look, no one's trying to give up game-winning home runs. We're all out here doing the best we can. He threw what he thought was the right pitch. I imagine it was a sensitive moment in time where he was really upset with himself. And so then to have Will come and pile on may have not necessarily been the best time, but at the same time, I also believe, and I'm very serious about that I want to know, like, if you give me a solution right now, right? And so even if I was that pitcher, I know it sounds like Will is being a big-time a-hole, but if I was that pitcher and I shook off and to that pitch and end up giving up the bomb like that, like, I want to hear it in that situation. Because here's a really good point. It's like for a right-handed hitter, up until a couple of years ago, when all of a sudden the launch angle revolutions and the ball's juiced and everything else started happening, I remember like one right-handed hitter ever going Otho at AT&T Park. Like that's the only place that they're going to beat you. I have to tell the hitter, the only place I was going deep there, sent the center and left center all the way over. But at that point, just spin something soft, make them beat you in the biggest part of the ballpark. And so, yeah, that was one of the intense Will Clark stories. But we're about to release one so Will was on with Sean Casey yesterday, and he basically was saying he was talking about a moment. It will be fun to see how they cut it up on our Henry with No Filter, who has been absolutely killing it for us, by the way. Lives in the city, slaughtering it with all the No Filter Network social media. But Will has a story about Gary Carter and how when Gary Carter was catching, he liked to yap a lot. And so he's yapping, and finally, like, Will turns around, he's like, Gary, shut the F up. Something along those lines. And Gary, I don't know, was just half joking or whatever and going back and forth. And then he said he kept talking. So Will just kept looking at him. And as now Gary's looking at his pitcher, and he's flashing the signs, and he's just doing whatever he's doing. As Will's watching him, like, oh, okay, true ball. And then the pitcher, when he sees Will looking, and he goes, hey, Gary, he's fucking your size. And so obviously this becomes really relevant right now because of the Aaron Judge situation. And then the question becomes, I mean, for most sports fans, I don't know how many listeners you guys have would be paying attention to this, but Aaron Judge got caught peeking, whether it was to his dugout or to the catcher.
Right.
I'm convinced it's to the catcher, and the reason why is because if you stand up, and I'm standing up right now, and I have my head like kind of like towards see what the dugout would be, and then I put my eyes all the way back, I can completely see behind me and see exactly where that catcher's going. And so even though it doesn't look like the eyes are directly looking at the catcher, I think he was just searching for location. And he knows if they're going to throw a fastball, they're going to try to come in. If they're going to throw a slider, they're going to go away. This is an elite hitter. This is the best of the best. This is the typical guy that when I started this interview, I told you guys about. This is the guy they're going to pound in and they're going to soft away. Sure enough, he went away, spinner, see ya. So that was it was fascinating because back in the day, players feared retribution. So what happened to the Will thing is immediately next pitch, Gary goes, man, were you really looking at my signs? He's like, yeah. He's like, of course I was. You won't shut up. And then he goes, I'm going to drill you now. He's like, all right, go ahead. Boom. Awesome.
I think when we reconnected with Burns, he was getting sort of like pixely there. I was trying to.
Pixelated.
It's like if you could hear pixels, that's what it sounded like. Like that's kind of where I was. I think we're going to try to reconnect him or see if we can get a cleaner connection, because the Judge thing he was talking about was an interesting one. Where did you see that video Aaron Judge is getting? And I think what people think is he's stealing signs. He might just be looking. You ask people this a lot. You ask players this all the time. Would you rather know pitch type or location when you're hitting? Like if you could know one,
location.
I would rather know location too. And what do you think a hitter's doing when he's looking back at a catcher? He's not looking at his fingers between his legs or listening for a pitch com. He's looking at where the catcher is lining up. I used to catch. I used to throw dirt on guys' back foot and then move outside. Here's Eric Burns back on the Yuma guest line. Burns, you cut out a little bit when we were talking about Aaron Judge looking back, and I was saying people were saying he's stealing signs. I said he was stealing location by looking at the catcher.
Oh, but it's essentially the same thing, because in Aaron Judge's situation, if you're looking back and you know location, with him, you're going to know pitch.
Right.
Because if you have a standard right-hander on the mound, just like I started the interview when I said, hey, look, the all great hitters get pitched the same. Now, every now and again, or you get in a hitter's count, they might try to steal a strike away with a fastball or something, right? But for the most part, they're going to go hard in and they're going to go soft away. So Aaron Judge knows, who's the premier power hitter in all of baseball, he knows that if they set up away, it's going to be a slider. If he sets up in, it's going to be a fastball. So he was waiting for that setup away, obviously. And I don't know if you guys caught this part, but like stand up, and if I had my head like basically say towards what would have been the Yankees dugout, and then I put my eyes all the way back, I try to see how far I can see behind me. I can almost see completely behind me. So he'll have he can wait till the last minute when that catcher will shoot outside and then go focus right back to the pitcher, find the release point, gone.
It's interesting. I mean, some of the stuff that happens inside the game is really kind of fun stuff to pick up on and see how it plays out. Hey, I want to get to what's going on, NoFilter.net. Of course, all the great Will stuff. The Angel Hernandez story.
That was
amazing.
So good. The beer story. I killed it.
Yeah, he's incredible. But I got to get your thoughts on the A's, because I feel bad for the players. I feel bad for the fans. It's just a mess, man. They're an embarrassment right now. When you see it, does it hurt you a little bit knowing that you put on that uniform?
It hurts that it's over, so to speak. And I think that's what I tried to convey a few weeks ago on one of the No Filter shows. And, it basically was that, let's not cry because it's over either. Let's smile because it happened. And I think like we're still trying. You have and this is what I love about the Oakland fans. They are the best, quote unquote, 12,000 fans in baseball. You used to always say it. But believe it or not, like those are just the 12 that at least on a Tuesday night when we were playing would go to the games, right? And then we would have the big series. And of course, when San Francisco comes in, there's 55,000. But as we are going through the streak, and everyone remembers, even if you weren't even alive at that point, but if you've seen the movie Moneyball, like you see the banner drop down in the 20 banner out there in Mount Davis. Like I just got the chills, like thinking about what that was. The 55,000 people packed in that night, and that invested. And I know, look, the Oakland A's, and I say Oakland, but the A's organization in general, they were in Philadelphia. They went to Kansas City. They go to Oakland. The A's fans, we would go into, especially on the East Coast, and we would go into different cities like Pittsburgh, I remember specifically, where a family comes up and like, hey, diehard A's fans, sweet. Yeah, like, where you guys from, Alameda? They're like, no, we're from Scranton. I'm like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, like my great-grandfather was a huge A's fan, and then, my dad, when they went to Kansas City, and, then when they went to Oakland, I just stayed with them. They won the World Series, and so that, I think, knowing that they've been at other places, and and knowing that, look, there's Oakland had their opportunities. They botched it. There's no other way to put it. We were talking about getting a new stadium when I was there, like before I was there. And it just went on and on and on. There's teams that have had multiple stadiums ever since. I mean, look, the Braves have gone through 2 stadiums. The Rangers have gone through 2 stadiums. I don't even want to get into like the embarrassing thing, because they actually do have some fun stories this year with some individual players. I feel bad for Kase because they're not winning a lot of games. Their pitching has been a disaster. They're giving up a freaking boatload of runs. But ultimately, on the horizon of what's possible in Las Vegas with this, site at the Tropicana and right on the Strip and 30,000 seat intimate ballpark, and I'm going to try to get to a game at the Coliseum before this is all said and done. But the reality is,
good seats available.
And they get partially because I'm a degenerate gambler, is that I'm going to be more apt to hop on a flight and go down to watch the A's for the night, or even a couple days, and make 2 games. Whether, if I'm up in Truckee, I'll go to Reno and make the quick flight, or from the Bay Area. And you've seen it with the Raiders a little bit, and it's I know we as cities like to claim whatever it is, and you could take the team. I will say this, and this is the truth. You can take this team out of Oakland. You will never take Oakland out of the A's. You just won't, because they will have. I think so long as this organization exists, they will have this chip on their shoulder, just. Grinders, dirtbags, guys that it's always been that way. It was that way when I grew up and watched these guys play and got to go through that awesome era in the 80s with Ricky and Carney and Jose and Mark. It's always been this toughness about them that's Oakland, right? And it's everything that Oakland represents. And so at some point, look, they're not going to be the Oakland A's, but I don't think they'll ever lose that mentality, because it seems to me, at least as long as I've known this organization, whether I was with them or not, that's been their mentality, and that's how they taught it. And I have a lot of faith. There's a lot of great baseball people there. And that's, I think, one thing that gets passed over a little bit is that, whether it was Billy Beane and David Forrest, like there's a lot of loyalty that's transpired, and Voos was there for 50 plus years, right? He was the head clubhouse guy for the longest time, and it's the same guys, it's the same people, and I say I feel bad for them, but look, keep their heads up, and eventually, they're going to have greener pastures on the other side, on the field, and with the stadium situation as well.
Give us a little what's going on No Filter Net right now.
We got all sorts of things. We're an open platform, just a reminder, which is really cool, because we've taken a couple guys. I think these guys are called the Sports Arena guys. They record their podcasts on No Filter. So they do this live interactive stream. And they're getting a nice audience now. And then we take their stuff and we cut up their social clips for them, and they're getting nice impressions, like doing really, really well. So if you have any interest in starting a podcast or creating content, have at it. I mean, we are literally no filter, as Will can attest. And other than that, I'm down right now, believe it or not, in Agua Calientes, Mexico. And
of course, right.
My kid made the 12U national team. So
really
nice, man.
Nice.
Yeah. Congratulations.
It's pretty cool, and it's been a crazy, humbling experience. There's just the whole USA thing, and so they're down here for this gigantic World Cup qualifier tournament, and it's insane to think, what these kids are capable of at this age. I mean, there's my kid, he's 5'3", 100 pounds. He looks like a normal 11-year-old. There are some kids here, though. We have one. I'm not kidding. 5'11", 230. He must have hit a ball 450 the other day. I've never seen anything like it. So it's this beautiful blend. There's another kid that was throwing, and he was like 76 to 80 wipeout slider. I mean, it's nuts to watch how good these kids are at a really young age, and then it's also kind of fun to watch because it looks like half of them are these kids that don't look like kids anymore. They look like grown-ass men, and then there's like a quarter of them at least they still look like these tiny little dudes running around. And but it should be fun. They start against Puerto Rico tomorrow, 10 a.m. And I'm going to go for the live interactive no filter network broadcast. I think it'll USA Baseball's YouTube channel as well if you want to check it out. But it should be a fun tourney.
Awesome, man. Enjoy yourself down there. And tell Colton congrats. That's awesome. I'm sure the whole family's enjoying that. So hope he does well. Hope you guys have a great time. I know you will, and we will catch up with you soon, my friend.
Yeah, on that note, by the way, the whole family's sitting in this hotel room with like this tiny little window looking out amongst agua calientes. So I'm not exactly sure if they're enjoying it all that much, but they are here, and we're showing up in Stars and Stripes tomorrow.
There you go. Get the marks. Hit a sports book. You may be able to get a bet down on the game.
Ooh, now we're talking.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
And I got my American flag, my Ankini, to go with
it. No, don't do that. We don't need an international incident to get started, okay? It will not be pretty. Every once in a while, it's not like you ask for that thing, but you'll get on Twitter and it'll like go, "Oh, he's wearing that damn thing again."
He's got the hammock. He's got the hammock on, yeah.
Checking the snow. Like, what's this fool doing? Unbelievable. Hey, enjoy yourself though, and congrats. That's really cool stuff. And tell Colton congrats. That's awesome, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Good talking to y'all again.
All right, Bernsey, take it easy. Like, he would be the guy. He might wear that. Like, I wouldn't wear it out of the country just in case.
No, I mean,
I have this new one though. It's called the Dong Sarong.
I mean, I just want to know what he actually saw that somewhere and goes, that's pretty dope. I'm gonna get that. Like, he ordered that. He had it mailed to him. Maybe he picked it up. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Probably, wasn't real heavy to mail. I don't think you paid much in shipping to get that thing to him.
That was a no.
If you missed any of that Eric Burns full podcast up on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com, which is also where we are streaming live now if you want to check out the live stream of the show. We still got Larry Bear to join us at 4:50. Before that, though, we're going to get you some NBA grab bag. Nice big bag got delivered yesterday. Tom and I were in studio. The NBA grab bag coming up next on the Sports Leader. According to Shams Charania, the Warriors are preparing for Bob Myers to step away as president of basketball operations. Check out more on that story. It's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes. It's time to brace yourself this summer for an epic, unforgettable showdown. You ready to witness a clash that transcends time? It's the ultimate rivalry, older than some of the players themselves. Mark your calendars, July 1st, 7:30, the 97th California Classico electrifies Stanford Stadium as the Quakes take on their longtime adversary, the LA Galaxy. That's no ordinary match. It's a summer tradition like no other. I've actually been down to one of these. A lot of fun at Stanford Stadium. It's a spectacular event. They got a fan zone for kids and families, heartfelt tribute to our military heroes, and a big post-game fireworks extravaganza. Plus, first 30,000 fans are going to get a Quakes jersey-shaped rally towel. Don't miss out on the Bay Area's biggest summer sporting event. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. Be part of history. The 97th California Classico, July 1st. Get ready and get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we got an NBA grab bag coming your way here in just a minute, but we do have a little bit of news. I guess it's not official news yet. There are increasing reports that it's expected the 49ers could be receiving the rights to host Super Bowl 60 in 3 years. And that's something that now is being talked about and starting to get a little bit of buzz. So kind of intriguing, something to pay attention to. We had Super Bowl 50 here, didn't we? So 50 and then 60 would be kind of cool. So anyway, we'll keep you updated as that becomes more available or more information on that becomes available. Larry Bear going to join us at 4:50. No Giants game tonight, so FP Santangelo at 6 o'clock. But coming up next, nice big bag just got delivered yesterday. NBA
grab bag.
It's next on the Sports Leader. All right, another edition of the NBA Grab Bag. As we tell you, we get a whole bunch of mail comes our way each and every week. Big potato sack is dropped off in the KNBR mailroom. Came yesterday. Tom and I were both out of the studio. I was down at the ballpark, so a good opportunity for us to dive into the NBA Grab Bag. First thing on top of the NBA Grab Bag here is a
NBA Grab Bag.
It's a James Harden story. James Harden, as reported by Chris Haynes, plans to opt out of his $35.6 million option to secure a long-term deal. He wants to go to a team with a, quote, competitive roster. And here's the kicker, Tom. He wants, quote, the basketball freedom to be himself. James Harden. He's not taking the $35 million. He's going elsewhere. We have audio of James Harden.
We do?
I don't know. I guess not. We don't have audio. This is rough. Anyway, James Harden opting out of his $35.6 million contract. It's too late. It's not. It's wait, no. No. I swat it away at the rim. I meet you at the rim and I reject it.
Here's my look.
The freedom to swat.
I'm gonna give you my look when I hear James Harden wants freedom.
Tom's going visual medium on the stream now.
That's my look right there.
That's pretty incredible.
Because that's all you've ever had. Like, so you would...
They've catered to you your whole career.
You just want to control the show.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to have the ball, and I want to dribble it, and I want to do what I want to do, because that's what Daryl Morey let me do, and it led to, 0 championships, because we lost to a team that was better, and shared the ball, and played like a team, instead of playing like a one-man band.
What do you mean, man?
But I want to go back and be a one-man band again. Like, if I'm out there thinking about signing James Harden, I'm like, well, you know what he's saying, right? Like, if we sign him, he's going to want the ball all the time, and we're just going to end up running, like, pick and rolls for him, and he's going to be handling the ball 80% of the... Nah, who wants that? I don't want that. I swear you should go play with Luka. Him and Luka should just take turns. Get rid of Kyrie, sign Harden.
How bad would that
And
be?
they could just take turns running high pick and rolls.
That would suck. God, I wouldn't watch a minute of that crap.
It's hard to watch now. It is hard to watch now. Like, again, for two great players, and James Harden's a great player. Don't get. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, he's not aesthetically pleasing to watch. He's not. For my eye, it's not a fun watch, and Dallas isn't a fun watch either. Even though Luka and James Harden do some amazing stuff, you watch Luka and you're like, oh, this guy's incredible, and he is. But my goodness, the way it comes about, just the same thing over and over and over again, just shoot me. I mean, I don't want to watch basketball.
This sucks. Yeah, James Harden, not a fun. People said the Spurs were boring. I do not enjoy watching James Harden play basketball. Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag, surprisingly.
NBA Grab Bag.
Or unsurprisingly, another NBA story here.
Wow, 2 in a row.
The San Antonio Spurs win the lottery. Ryan Windhorst flew all the way to France for like a 70-second interview with Victor Wembanyama. Why did they just get him on a Zoom call and interview him on SportsCenter?
I don't know.
We've got some audio. Here's what Wendy went all the way to France for.
Hello, Malika. It's 2:30 a.m. here in Paris. Victor, you found out a couple of moments ago you'll be following the footsteps of David Robinson, of Tim Duncan, great French players Boris Diaw and Tony Parker. What are your emotions right now?
Can't really describe them, it's just my heart's beating. I got everyone I love, everyone I know around me. It's a really special moment I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
You're headed to San Antonio. Malika, back to you.
I've never seen that going. What the hell was that?
By the way, was Wembanyama's mic even on? Did they
I don't know.
He flew all the way to France. He gave one sentence and he didn't even have his mic up? Yeah,
Malika, back to you.
That's so funny. Hey, I'm here. It's 2:30 in the morning, Malika. So funny. Just send him out for why even send him? What was the point of that?
The only thing I can think of,
Malika,
is
back
to kind of build the relationship, right?
The Windhorst went. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, he knows who Windhorst is. He knows ESPN. Went to the trouble to get the whole crew out there to France and go to his house and do that for 70 seconds or so. Like that, they made that effort, so that's probably what they're thinking. Like, we can get a relationship going with this kid, and maybe we can it'll pay dividends. Because really, on the face of it, you're right. It makes no sense whatsoever to do that when you could easily do a Zoom. But that's what I'm thinking is start a relationship that way.
Malika, back to you.
He's probably
It's so funny, dude. That's so
I
good.
gotta hit the airport now.
How far does it go? You know what I mean? To like try to lay that foundation too. Was he like waking up at LeBron's house? Like remember Ed Warner's like on Brett Favre's
He very
front
well
lawn?
could have been.
Yeah. Hey, I'm waking up next to LeBron. LeBron, are we having eggs? What's for breakfast today?
Get your S together,
dude. He's all the way out in France, and then he comes on home. All right, back to you, and I guess I'll see you guys soon. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Davante Adams, in an interview with The Ringer on the Raiders acquiring Jimmy Garoppolo, says, quote, the front office thinks this is the best bet for us right now to put us in a position to be urgent. We don't see eye to eye on what we think is best for us right now. I'm going to have to buy into this and try to be as optimistic as possible. It's not what I expected to happen, but it's something that's the reality now. If we play a certain brand of ball, I can get Garoppolo to conform to whatever. If we use him a certain type of way, then he's going to make it tough for us to maximize who we should be this year. He's basically saying, I don't know what he's saying except that
I don't know. What is he saying?
He can make the quarterback play a certain way. Or he's saying the offense needs to do X, Y, and Z. You need to use Garoppolo in a certain way, otherwise we're going to fail. If you try to do something with his skill set that is not in his skill set. But I don't really know what that means for Davante. I get that he's frustrated. That's probably where this just all comes from.
You should have just stayed in Green Bay, man.
Yeah, dude. Dude, since he left, remember he shoved that photographer? Remember that, dude? He was like walking off after that loss. He was like, push that guy. I was like, Davante, come on, bro. What are we doing,
did he really
man?
go to Vegas to be with his college teammate?
If so.
It didn't work out, did
Bummer.
it?
Yeah, kind of tough.
I mean, I guess if he stayed in Green Bay, maybe Aaron Rodgers would have left. Of course, maybe they'd have won more games that he wouldn't have left. Who knows? But, yeah, it just... I thought I read a quote where he said, like, he makes the quarterback, not the other way around or something like that. I'm like... Or he can work. He can succeed no matter who the quarterback. It was just a weird quote because receivers are, I don't want to say totally dependent on the quarterback, but a large part of who you are as a receiver is dependent on the quarterback. Like he's got to be able to throw it to you. Can he throw it to you accurately? Can he throw it to you in stride? Can he throw it to you without getting you hurt? Now you can make quarterbacks look good too by getting separation and some of the catches that they make, but there's no question, the quarterback makes the wide receiver more than the wide receiver makes the quarterback. I don't think there's any question.
And when both are
that.
elite, then you get Reggie Wayne and Jerry Rice and you get the all-time performance. You get that type of stuff because then they work hand in hand. Now, I think maybe he's upset because he's not going from Hall of Fame quarterback to Hall of Fame quarterback like he did last time. Remember that? You made that statement? He's like, from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer. We're like, really? Because... What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what.
There's Davante Adams upset about the Raiders and Jimmy Garoppolo. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
This one has sort of caught the country by surprise and taken it by storm. First of all, I didn't realize we were still doing Sports Illustrated editions. I haven't opened a magazine in some time. Certainly not one that was printed in 2023. Certainly not one that is the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition featuring Martha Stewart as the cover model.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Rejected wholeheartedly, and you're all going to go, no. She's not anything to do with sports. What does this have to do with anything? She wants to be on the cover of like a Home and Gardens swimsuit edition. Go ahead. She's nothing to do with sport. Who is this marketing to? Who are you selling this to? This is a terrible idea. I actually like Martha Stewart. I think she's great when they do the Comedy Central roast. She cracks me up. Has nothing to do with her being 81. I don't really care. But why are we not giving it to we can't get an 81-year-old former women's athlete to do it then? We got to be Martha Stewart. What the hell's going on? I reject it.
I don't even know how to phrase this properly, especially in today's age where everybody's body is beautiful, everybody's age is beautiful, just everybody's beautiful in general. There's like no people, like everybody, they're beautiful too. They're beautiful too. And you're like, did they change the definition of beautiful? Because no, that ain't working. No, you're wrong.
I endorsed this take, by the way, with Tom. I was like, no, it's not true. It's factually inaccurate.
It's just, what's a swimsuit edition for? Because there were so many years.
What is it for?
We know who it's for,
Yes, of
and we
course.
know what it's
Yes.
supposed to do. We
Yeah.
know, like, it's supposed to be beautiful women in swimsuits. Great, period. It's like nothing more, nothing less.
So is it a pullback
okay?
of objectification? Are we starting to trend
Yes.
and not
No,
objectify?
that's a given. I don't think.
Or are we not objectifying 81-year-old women? Because now I think
that's a good point.
now I'm like.
That's a fantastic.
Just objectifying across the board, so we're now.
Was she wearing a one piece or a bikini?
I think she's in a one piece. Let me
Okay.
scroll down here. I'm only getting.
I want to tell you, I may be too old to cut the mustard, but I ain't too old to lick the jar.
That's it, dude. Yeah, she's.
Don't ever do that.
She's probably. By the way, she's probably got a better mode for getting stuff out of the bottom of a jar than licking. Martha. She's got all sorts
I
of
would
tricks.
imagine-
She's got all
oh.
sorts of tricks for that.
Very,
You know what
very,
I mean?
very efficient.
She's in a one piece, at least in the cover shot
Okay.
here. And there's a famous shot of her now that, or not famous. It's the one that's like going viral where she's like got a big hat on. She's kind of like leaning
Okay,
forward.
that's the one I
She's in a
saw.
one. It's very elegant looking. It's not like I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here like grossed out. But I'm like,
put
this
it
is
somewhere
nothing
else.
What? Get an athlete then.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
We don't put her in the body issue or whatever. I mean, this is swimsuit issue, and
Maybe she rejected the body
What's
issue.
so funny too? Because they're like, oh, they're just objectifying women. I'm like, well, yeah, that's what they're doing. Did they try to hide it? Like, did anybody at any point ever try to hide it? They are selling sex.
None of this has to do with sports. Most of the models have nothing to do with sports. They're selling you. It's just a
sex.
It's a cash sex grab, is what it is.
Look, when they're showing you just from a guy's perspective, when they're selling cologne, or they're selling like a pair of jeans, or like a polo top or whatever, and the dude's got his shirt off and he's ripped and he's jacked and he's got his thumb inside the loop of his jeans and he's pulling it down so you can see like the top of his pubes. Isn't that objectifying? Like, what are they selling there? What are they selling?
Are they selling pubes?
Are they selling pube groomage? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no.
I think they're selling sex is what they're selling. Guys can sell sex too, but in this case, it's women selling, and that's all. That's all it is. It's always funny when they go, "Oh, you can't objectify people." I'm like, "Why not?
They do it for everything.
What are we gonna do? If we don't do it, we gotta get rid of the word. We don't want to get rid of the word. The word's
you're
been there
objectifying
forever.
the word objectifying.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
gotta
like
keep
that,
the
right.
word.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel bad for the word
I feel
objectification.
bad. It's
You can't
been
even
given a
keep it.
bad rap, right? Yeah.
Bro, we don't even need you anymore because people don't even want to objectify
We're not
people
objectifying
anymore.
people.
But to me, it's like hey, we do it all. We do it in the movies. I mean, how many times they put somebody hot in the movies? You're like, that's not a very good actor.
That's just for the
actress.
sake
You're
of
like,
being there. Yeah, it's just
they're
eye
like
candy.
really good looking though, and people are going to come see that movie because they really like them. Like it's okay to like beautiful things. It's okay to like beautiful paintings. It's okay to like beautiful cars. It's okay to like beautiful houses. It's okay to like beautiful people. And guess what? I'm not saying that everybody's not beautiful because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But if you were to ask certain people, is this person beautiful or that person beautiful? And let's say one person was way more beautiful than the other person, you might find like 8% of the people are like, no, I think that person's more beautiful. 92% would say the person on the left. That's the person that's in the swimsuit edition, okay? That's the person we want to see in the swimsuit edition. If we wanted the person that was 8% people found him beautiful in the swimsuit edition, it'd be like one of those underground swimsuit editions where you're like, look, you buy your own magazine, good. We don't want it on this news rack. We want the people that everybody wants to see in this magazine. That's all it was. That's all it ever was. But it became such a huge deal. We're no bleep we're objectifying women, but men get objectified too. I don't even care. I wish someone would have. I wish someone would objectify me for my beauty. I'd be totally happy with that. Like Tolbert's hot. Like yeah, bring it on. Sweet.
Hell yeah.
Here,
Hell
you want to
yeah.
look in my window? I'll raise the
dude.
tray. I'll raise the blinds for you. You know, you can just stand in my backyard and go, that dude's one hot mother.
Yeah, dude.
But you know what? It's not going to happen. It wasn't in the cards for me. But I'm sorry. Feeling sorry for people that are hot looking. They get looked at differently than others and are objectified somewhat. Oh,
I just don't get
tough
it.
break for you.
I just don't get what I saw this and I was like, what? I was like, what's that? The whole the premise of this, of course, was objectifying and a cash grab. And I was like, I don't understand what the logic is of going with Martha. Again, I'm not offended by it. I'm not grossed out by it. I just don't really get it at all. So I reject it because I'm like, what was the point in this? What are you doing? Who and why are you doing this? And for which audience? Because the audience that would buy this issue is not the audience that would buy this issue with Martha Stewart on the cover. And I think somebody else wants to check in.
I would like to be on the cover, boys. You can objectify me anytime, DP.
Was that a comma? Or was there
that's what I was wondering. Was there a comma
was there
there
a comma
or no
before?
comma?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Malika, back to you.
That's your NBA grab bag for Thursday, April 18th, May 18th, 2023. On the other side, we'll talk to Larry Bear, CEO of the Giants. Joins us here on Tolbert and Copes, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. How fast is Casey Schmidt's arm? KNBR writer Danny Enriman details Schmidt having the fastest infield assist of the 2023 season. Check out that story and more trending on the all-new KNBR app. Back at Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon. Giants off today. Back in action tomorrow as the Marlins come to town. Alcantara, the defending National League Cy Young Award winner, against Anthony DeSclafani tomorrow. Should be a fun one. And here to talk about it, first time we've spoken to Larry Baer in the Casey Schmidt era. What's up, Larry? How are you, man?
How you doing? Yeah, it's the Casey Schmidt era. It's also the era of an off day. Today's an off day. It's first one in 27 days.
First off day?
When was the last time, or not in 27 days, in a 27-day period?
Right.
Right, not in 20. That's actually illegal.
The match is 20, right?
CBA.
Is that the limit, 20 days?
Yeah, can't go past 20.
And they can approve, I think the players can vote to approve it. Like if you had to play a makeup doubleheader, if you had to play a makeup or something like that, the players can approve one more than 20.
Exactly. But it's I actually went by the clubhouse after the game last night and or yesterday afternoon, and it was just like having a day game at home and then having an off day. That's like such a breath of fresh air, especially when you're in a day in and day out span and you have a road trip with no off day. So it was a really, really well received, and it looks like I think hopefully we got some bounce in our step, and here we go. The adage of the first 50 games or so, 40, 50 games, you see what you got, and then make adjustments, and then go hard. In the latter 50 or 62 games.
It was funny. We were talking to Michael Conforto, Larry, and he said, it's still early. When I was talking about some of the issues that may have been plaguing's not the right word, but were maybe troubling the team. And he goes, well, it's still early. He goes, but it's not too early. It's getting close to where it's not that early anymore. I go, well, can I know when that is? Like, when is that? When is the not? It's early, but now we're transitioning into not early. He goes, well, I'm not really sure. And I thought, everybody likes to slide the scale a little bit. Like, we're going to judge the team after 40 games. Nah, make it 50. Nah, make it 60. Nah, make it 70. And it cracks me up because I know you guys know that you always got to stay optimistic when you're part. I mean, I know that. As a part of a team, you always got to feel like, look, the best is just ahead of us. We're going to get to where we want to be, and then we're going to get going. And when we do that, and you have to have that feeling the whole season. You just have to, or why be there, right? Even though from the outside it may look completely different. But I wondered this, and here's the question. Do fans look, and not that you can decide what fans do, but do they look at too bigger picture too much, in that it's always about the playoffs and where you guys are at, and maybe not smaller picture? Because I know that's where athletes focus. They focus on it game to game, week to week, series to series. As an organization, how do you balance that?
Right.
That this is a short term thing. But we also understand this is a long-term process, and, there's a lot of people always thinking big picture. How do you balance those two things?
It's a great question. I mean, it's the first part of your question. It reminded me of the yogiism, right? It gets late early
out here. Yeah,
yep.
That's right.
It's getting late early.
Exactly.
It just in terms, so 30, 40 games, and I mean, we've talked about this before. You lose 12 out of 16 in a stretch, let's say that. So that seems, and if that stretch is in April, and let's say you're 4-12, I mean, we're not that, but if you're, significantly under 500, but we were, I guess, we at one point were 6 under 500. It's like, okay, all right, this is now, this whole season's going to be like this. But if you have that stretch in July or August, it's viewed as just a dip.
Yeah.
So there's that piece of it, and in April does not mean it's going to be the rest of the season. But as you talk to fans, sometimes the fans accept that, sometimes they don't. So there's that piece of it, and it is, to your point, it's not that easy because I know internally we've seen some really good signs, right? So whether it's Taylor Rogers now 12 scoreless innings or various signs, the fans don't look, and then that might be your definition of smaller picture, right? Is like, and Conforto's getting lots of hard hit balls, and he's and he tends to be maybe a little bit of a slower starter and do really well as you get into the last 2/3 of the season. I mean, but the fans don't necessarily appreciate that, and we all don't necessarily appreciate that, and we're impatient. We want to, and I think probably in today's world in 2023, it's a little bit more instant gratification than year 2000 or 2010 or 2015, because we got a lot more channels to switch to, or a lot more on-off switches and TikToks and other things to go to. So so I think it's a good point, and we try to stay calm and tempered by the early ups and downs, because we know that the early ups and downs may or may not be a precursor for later performance.
Talking to Larry Baer on the UMA guest line. With Casey Schmidt coming up, I mean, it's exciting in that it's a pretty quick road, being that he was drafted in 2020, and that was not a normal developmental year, right, for minor leaguers. I'm wondering from a GM or president of baseball ops standpoint, 2020 is his first, well, I guess it's his second draft, Farhan's, when he gets here, because 2019 would have been the first season. But I sort of look at it like you do with a head coach in football or in college, where when they come in, they've got all these recruits who are there maybe from the previous regime, or coaches that are there, players on the team that maybe don't fit their system. They need time to get their system in place. How much change is there from the first year when Farhan gets here in 2019 to where he's got to sort of get a feel for the organization, take inventory on who he's keeping, what he's not? Then 2020, I mean, we're already seeing the fruits of that draft. Patrick Bailey was drafted there, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison was there, Ryan Murphy, RJ Davovich, a bunch of guys who are now working their way through the system. I just sort of get the feeling that the first year of a president or a GM's tenure, that draft is not necessarily 100% of the way he would normally do things if he had all his guys in place.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. You're bringing a new crop in. You have perhaps different philosophy. Every head of baseball ops is going to have a different philosophy than the previous one, and it doesn't mean that one's right and one's wrong. It's just that it's going to be different, right? And so you have a different approach. You also, in a lot of the big competitive battlefield now is how you develop a player, right? And so once they're in your system, it's no two teams do it the same way, and two organizations do it the same way. So it is probably more than ever. It's maybe your own crop. It's there's a premium to what you do once you have the player versus maybe there wasn't as much difference because there was as much technology, there was as much of the activities that you have in the single A, double A, triple A, and in your minor league complex that you now have. We're imposing and implementing a whole lot of systems that just were not around for 20 years ago, and because the technology didn't exist. So I think that is true. It's incumbent upon everybody, obviously, to blend in the group that you inherited, and that group, and get the most out of them, and that's something we're all doing as well. So it's a blend, but your point is a good one. Is that it takes a while. There's a lag effect, just like say a head coach of a college team that comes in, and he's inheriting the recruits from the previous coach.
Unless you're Deion Sanders, then you just do it all right up front, and it's no big deal. Yeah. And you're like, you know what? I'm bringing my Louis bags, and we're good.
Former Giant Deion Sanders.
That's right.
Come on.
Former Giant, forever Giant Deion Sanders.
Forever. I guess he's a forever Giant.
I think he's a little bit of a Giant, I think is what we would say.
No.
Forever Red.
No. Forever Brand.
Yeah. Forever Cincinnati Red. No, that was. I'll never forget when we did have Deion. It was interesting working with his agent and doing the two sport thing. Gosh, you wonder if that's ever going to happen again, right? Because he was, in the Bo Jackson mode. It was pretty crazy when we're working out. Okay, well, this is when he goes. This is what he does here, and then he goes off to training camp and all that. Pretty amazing. Yeah. I think that actually. Today's world is such a one-sport world for the elite athlete.
Take us through that a little bit, because I've been curious about that. How you go about structuring something like that, and do you have to talk to the team, the manager? Are you good with this? Because is the team good with this? I'm sure some guys with the Braves when he played there weren't real thrilled that he was like flying off to play football games during the playoffs. But who knows if it mattered or not? Maybe he was one of those guys that could focus, but guys got to be able to handle it. How did you handle that? Was it something you had to make sure that, like, look, if we're going to do this, everyone's got to be on board with it, because if you're not, it's not going to work?
Yeah, it was really an exception to the rule. I mean, it was just, he was such an exceptional athlete, and I remember at the time, and now we're going way back.
Yeah.
He was something we didn't have, which was a leadoff hitter and a base stealer, right? And so while his on base, his average wasn't huge. His on base was good, and it was a base stealer. And we were the years he was here, I remember we were competing for a pennant, and the period of time that he could devote to baseball was worth it. It's a balancing act, and as I say, I think it's almost like it's an endangered species now. And even because I think even Tom, going through the college and high school process now, I'm not sure it allows much for all the two skill sets to get developed and honed the way it was then. It's pretty exceptional to think about it. I actually, it's something that we're trying as much as possible with academies and everything to get the elite athletes to play baseball, and I think we're starting to make progress in it. But it's given number of scholarships, etc. It's not the easiest thing to do to get them into baseball.
If we get more people to understand there's a benefit to playing more sports, and they should play as many sports as they want to up until maybe the last couple of years of high school, if not college. It bothers me that coaches put so much pressure on these players to play their sport that they can't play another sport. And I truly believe there are benefits to playing multiple sports, that each sport can not only put your mind in a different place and get you to think about things differently for maybe whatever sport you're choosing, but footwork and hand-eye coordination and leverage and all those things that may not be like indigenous to another sport would be something you have to have in this sport, and then you can use it in your. It bothers me that we're getting kids that started so, and not to mention that you might get burnt out on a sport because that's all you do. Like I'm sure when you grew up, I grew up when it was football season. That was my favorite sport. Basketball season, that was my favorite sport. Baseball season, that was my favorite sport. And then it just went on and on and on and on until I finally chose basketball. But it didn't mean I didn't love all the other sports. I still love football and baseball. But nowadays you get these kids that are starting early and I'm a basketball player or I'm a baseball player or I'm a football guy. And I just think it's I understand it, but I still think it's kind of a shame.
It's a fascinating discussion. I remember hearing, and this is a different sport, but it's to your point. I remember, I think it was in a U.S. Open tennis coverage, and there was a debate between two McEnroes, the McEnroe brothers, John McEnroe and Patrick McEnroe, and you know what they were talking about? And they were taking different sides of the coin. And I think John was saying, go to public school, play a lot of sports, and then double down, as you're saying, into maybe a sport when you get to the latter part of high school. Whereas Patrick was talking about, I think, the IMG Academy, where literally you can go and spend your entire high school period playing tennis and honing tennis. And that was and that's an interesting debate, because I think there are really two sides of the coin, and I don't profess to have the answer, but I think that it's there's a lot to be said for what you're talking about, which is learning all sorts of skills, and whether it's footwork or different body movements, that other sports give you, and strengthening other parts of the core and parts of your body, and different movements that you have with multiple sports, and then getting to, and I also think from a mental health standpoint, we spent a lot of time at the Giants working on, emotional health with the players, et cetera, and Gabe has been really focused on that in the clubhouse. And we have programs in the front office, etc. To me, there's just one person's opinion. It's a healthier process when you're in a school that's offering a lot of different things, as opposed to just trained on one discipline. Your entire athletic career as a youth.
I don't think we'll ever see it again. I think money is too big now.
Yeah,
Shohei Ohtani was playing two positions in the same sport, and they wouldn't even let him do that regularly until recently. So I think there's so much at stake that everybody's so focused on just that one sport.
They are, and it's a fight for scholarships, Cope. So these parents, college is so expensive now that you want your kid to hopefully get a athletic scholarship, and to do that, you want to get him into one sport and condition him to one sport and get him as good as they can at that one sport. Even though that one sport may not be their livelihood or their profession when they're done, at least it gets them into college on some sort of scholarship. And I think that's a massive driving force in all this.
It is, and we really need to, with baseball, this is what, with doing baseball academies and all the different things, because we have an issue in baseball where it's expensive to play baseball in the, for kids to go and supplement high school if they're in a public school. Yeah. To go out and play travel ball and all that comes with it, and we've got to find ways. And I think every club in the community is sponsoring efforts to do that. We're working on building an academy at Crocker Amazon Playground here in San Francisco, funding that so you can be a student in a public or private school in the area and still play it and still use the academies here.
Nice, good area over there to get some fields in too. I used to live over in that area. Nice fields for the kids. Nice sweep this week for you guys, Larry. And I got to tell you, I always get miffed when the Marlins come to town. They rub me the wrong way. 97-03. I'm ready to beat them down this weekend, man.
I got to tell you, it's kind of crazy because those years, they were wild cards in 97 and 03, and they beat us in the first round of the playoffs. So, but Discalfonic, Webb, and Wood.
Let's go.
Nice.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we have Alcantara going up against Alcantara Friday night, and Garrett and Luzardo. So these should be really, really fun, good, competitive games this weekend.
Marlins are a sneaky good pitching team, so it should be a fun one. Should be beautiful weather this weekend too. Larry, we'll catch you in a couple of weeks, man. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Larry.
What I remember about that 97 year Marlins won the World Series. Don't forget, they had a weird. Remember, like in 12, the Giants lose the first two here to the Reds, and then the Reds had home field, but it was 2-3.
Correct.
Because they changed the wild card schedule. They added that wild card game or something like in that year, like right after the schedule had already come out, so they didn't have the worked-in off days, so you couldn't go 2-1 or whatever it would be. It would be 2-3. In 97, the same thing happened to the Giants, where the Giants had home field advantage, but it was 2-3. They lost the first two in Florida. They had home field advantage. They got one game. They lost at home. That was it. I was like, this is home field. We got one game. They played two. How is this home field? Meanwhile, the Reds won the two here and then lose all three when they go on back in 2012. So Marlins come to town tomorrow, and the Giants are looking to build on their 3-game sweep over the defending National League champions. We've got a basketball game getting ready to kick off here, or tip off here, I should say, in about 20 minutes. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. We've got a sound soiree for you on the other side. Nice sound soiree from the week, or the day, I should say, in sports. That's coming your way, and then FP Santangelo at 6 o'clock. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. ESPN's Kendra Andrews joined Pop on Lunch today to discuss the likelihood that Bob Myers could be leaving the Warriors organization. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Sound Soiree, Thursday, May 18th, 2023. Happy birthday to my cousin Chris. He's probably
Happy
not
birthday,
listening.
Chris.
What's up, Chris? Happy birthday, dude. Let's start with a little Giannis sound. I always love Giannis. Love hearing from Giannis. So he's got good scope on stuff. He's funny. He's engaging. Incredible basketball player. Incredible drive. Would be an incredible warrior, wouldn't he? He always praises, maybe more praise of Steph than any other player in the NBA. Yeah, he'd be great he'd be a great Hornet, too. He'd be great anywhere he went, whatever jersey he puts on. He'd be a good Piston, I think, especially.
I think it'd be a great Real Madrid, whatever their nickname is.
Yeah, dude, I was thinking of, give me a Bayer Leverkusen of basketball or something.
Bayern Leverkusen.
Olympiakos, right? That's the Greek, the big Greek teams. I think there's a basketball team, Olympiakos as well. Here's Giannis. He's doing like a live stream yesterday. He's on Instagram Live. Somebody says you should come to the Warriors. And he praises Steph all the time as the best player in basketball and loves his game and loves Steph. And he picked Steph with his first pick in that All-Star draft. Giannis, yesterday, watching the video. By the way, Budenholzer are out. Who knows how Giannis is feeling about things going on there. Anyway, here he is in reaction to a fan saying, you should come to the Warriors.
Bro, please come to the Warriors. Somebody said please come to the Warriors. Hey, man.
He's going, hey, man. He's like in a coffee shop or something. And I'm like, what? All these people around me. He's going, hey, man, you're going too red on me, FP. I'm too red. I'm getting washed out. You're washing me out, bro. Don't mess with my lights, bro. There we go. See, now, there we go. Don't leave me in the blue. I'm good there. I'm going to be washed out in the red. See that for yourself. A little too deep red. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, what's going on with my lighting here on the live stream? Yeah, he was being coy. He was going, he was doing like the shoulders up. Like it was an intriguing thing to him, but again, people just say that kind of stuff.
You know what I thought that way? Yeah, I didn't pay any attention to that whatsoever, but I did pay attention to the lighting, and I think what it's coming from is the brand new flat screen that's over your left shoulder that I can't see, but it must be there.
Oh, I for real looked behind me and looked for a flat screen. I was like, oh no, there's no flat screen. No, there's still no TV on the wall.
I thought for sure it'd be there by now.
Really? Did you think that? Really?
I did.
What made you think that? What gave you that
idea? Sarcasm.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it's up, and then.
Of course, it wasn't, but it's soundproofed. I've heard.
I thought it was soundproof before, personally. I thought the studio that was built like 12 years ago was already soundproof, but they were doing radio in this room. I don't know.
You know what would be incredible? I mean, look, I'm not even going to say it. No, not going to say it. Moving on.
Moving on. Bam Adebayo.
Moving on. Let's go.
Bam Adebayo and Kyle Lowry of the Heat were being asked about winning on the road. They get a win last night in Boston. They take game one. Here's Bam and Kyle Lowry.
3 straight series, 3 straight road wins at the start, 3 straight times of reclaiming home court advantage.
Jesus, bro.
Well, you do have home court advantage. I'm sorry. Just the way your team has come out and made 3 straight opening statements. How about that?
I think we just go out there and we try to win basketball games. At the end of the day, we are the 8th seed, so we're on the road. So we got to go out there and try to win games on the road, and we don't have the advantage of having 4 games at home. So we got to go out there and try to win games on the road.
Did he botch every part of that question? Did he say they had home court and then sorry or whatever he says? Like they're like this dork. What is he talking about?
Who was that?
Who was the reporter?
Do we know who the reporter was?
You have home court advantage. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Like, what is he? And then they explain to him, well, we're 8 seeds, so we don't get 4 at home. We we have to play on the road. It's tough to do. That's really
sorry.
Funny. It's really funny. Oh, man.
What a jerk.
He was mad that they corrected him. It's like when Jimmy said, yeah, do your homework to that other reporter, remember?
Do your homework.
Yeah, why don't you do your homework? Huh? Why don't you do your work or whatever he said to him?
Malika, back to you.
because he got the date of game 1 wrong. He was
Malika, back to you.
Yeah, back to you, Malika, and I'll be back in 3 days from France.
Sorry.
That's not even funny unless you know the context that he's in France for a 76 hit.
It's not funny. Well, it's sort of like the my God. That soundbite doesn't. That soundbite is just a drastic soundbite. Except that you realize that it was Deebo Samuel telling him, "Yeah, we would have won the Super Bowl, or we would have won that game against Philly if we were healthy."
Like if it was somebody telling Adam Shine in 1941 about Pearl Harbor, like an hour after it happened, that would have been appropriate. My God. The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor.
Do you think you would have won the NFC Championship with a quarterback healthy?
Would have won by double digits.
Yeah, would have won by double. Oh my God. Touchdown and a field goal. It's not that hard to get double digits, bro.
My God.
Football, you were 3 or 7.
That was amazing.
Super good.
That's amazing.
Here's J.J. Redick. This one is interesting. This was yesterday. J.J. Redick defending Ja Morant. Interesting stance. I was like, maybe, well, I'll let you hear it, and then I'll give you my reaction afterwards. Here's what J.J. Redick had to say.
I'm sure J.J.'s strapped.
As far as we know, all of these things have been investigated, and no law has been broken. I'm not condoning the behavior. I'm not saying there should be no punishment. There should be. There should be consequences. You are the face of the league. You are representing the NBA. You are a role model to young kids. All of that. I don't think half a season is the right answer. And the last point I want to make is you bring this up, the guns on social media. We talk about consequences. Look, in our country right now, gun culture is pervasive. It's pervasive. We've got mass shooting after mass shooting, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. So I get why we're so sensitive to this right now. But there's no consequence for Greg Abbott telling his constituents that they should go buy more guns, and then we have mass shooting after mass shooting in Texas. There's no consequence for an elected Tennessee official to send out a Christmas card holding AR-15s with his young family, and then there's a shooting in his very district. There's no consequences to that. So why are we trying to lay down the hammer on a 23-year-old who didn't break a law? Explain that to me.
Which, easy. Wow.
Damn, he got really upset about the Ja Morant thing.
Heated.
I understand. Yeah, see, dude, appropriate reaction. Appropriate reaction
appropriate.
to what J.J. Redick. My God, J.J.
Definitely appropriate.
Exactly. Not appropriate for a double-digit take on a double-digit win.
I mean, jeez.
Yeah, I hear what he's saying, and I understand, and I even agree with some of the points. I also think that context for everything matters, that the Ja Morant thing should not be compared to mass shootings. The Ja Morant thing is based on what the rules of the NBA are, and that when you have money like this, in a position like this, there are things you are and are not allowed to do. I don't think I'm allowed to flash a gun on social media. I think I could lose my job if I did that. I'm not going to try it. I think if I did it, I could get in trouble, as my business and my company probably doesn't want that to be out there on social media. I would imagine that's the case. There's things that we can't say without being punished for going against the terms of agreement with a place of business, and that's any job. Any place you work has those terms of agreement.
This is about PR. That's what it's about. Yeah. It's not about the law. It's not about what a congressman can do. It's not about what a senator can do. Not about any of that. It just isn't. It's about PR. And the NBA has deemed that behavior like this is not helpful to the league, which is their right. Period. That's the end of the story. So JJ can argue all he wants what the punishment should be. By the way, he never said what he thought it should be. I don't know if I missed that, if he said it before that, but he said half a season isn't going to work. Or he would be upset if it were half a season. Well, what do you want then? Do you want, I don't know, 20 games? You want 30 games? You want 25 games? You want 28 games? I'm not sure.
It's an arbitrary number.
Here's the problem. Here's the big problem. So we know it's PR. All leagues do this. And they're a business. They want to make money. They deem this is not helping them make money. This will turn people off if they not only have Ja Morant, but if Ja Morant gets away with it, then what if we have like 30 guys in the league, all on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, with flashing their guns, whatever. And then maybe some of them are carrying them. in states where it's illegal to carry them, just showing them off, going to a restaurant. What up? Like, there's going to be a lot of people that follow this league that aren't down with that, and will turn them off, and they won't watch the league. Ratings go down, money go we all get the picture. So this isn't about what's legal or what's not legal. It's about what they deem to be acceptable or unacceptable, and that's the owners. That's what they're looking out for their interest. So we've already gone through this in that he told Adam Silver he made a mistake. They suspended him. So we already know that the NBA doesn't want you doing this. He said all the right things, and then 2 months later, turned around and did it again. That's just dumb. That is outright dumb, is what that is. Knowing that you just got suspended for this, and then you're going to do it again 2 months later. He was right about one thing, though, when he said after he did it the second time, my words don't mean much now. No, they don't mean anything now. They mean zero. Now it's about action. What are you willing to do? What are you willing, if you even call this a sacrifice? No, heaven forbid. I can't flash a gun on TikTok. How will I survive? Like, you can have your gun. No one said you couldn't have a gun. And hell, if you had your gun and they showed you at a shooting range, they probably wouldn't suspend you.
I actually think they wouldn't. I think Draymond has posted a video at a shooting range, or a photo.
Yeah,
I think we've seen things. That's what I'm saying. Is it's contextual.
It's the whole
right.
thing.
It's the whole
right?
body.
It's the whole, like, being casual with the gun and the TikTok or the Instagram.
And if
whatever.
you're defending this, then you're probably if you're defending this by, well, is it okay then at a shooting range? Yes, they've specified. Ja is aware of what's allowed.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
exactly.
Is he's not unfamiliar with the rules.
Don't try to go into the, like, when JJ was going into the law, like, their league, it didn't matter. The league decides these things, okay?
The law doesn't matter here. It's about the league.
No,
it's about your job.
It's about the league. It's about a private industry trying to make money. And they're saying this isn't helping. So if you keep doing this, you're going to keep getting suspended because we don't want you doing this, period. So, I mean, I get where JJ is going with some of his arguments. Some of them I didn't agree with. The whole mass shootings and the flashing of the guns.
That's not really.
That's not pertinent.
It's a different argument than this.
No, it is a totally.
But I understand him using that as the tension built, saying, I understand that this is a hot topic because of X, Y, and Z. However, saying, but he's doing this because those guys got away with it, he should be okay is not. That's a non-equivalency there, dude. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what he would like, though. I don't know if he wants how many games he wants. He thinks apparently he thinks he should get suspended at some point, but I'm not sure for what. But yeah, I don't know what it'll be. Half a season does seem a little harsh, but I can't come up with something better. I mean, 8 games, somewhere between 8 and 40. I don't know, 25. Like 25 sounds about right to me. That would seem to be right. So I don't know.
All right. Yeah. Or maybe JJ's playing chess, not checkers. You got somebody else with you there too? You got a co-host in there, Tom?
Chess, it ain't checkers.
She's crawling around behind you. If you're watching the live stream, you're getting some good entertaining stuff today. Animals, kids, all sorts of stuff on Tom's angle. What's she doing? What's she need?
No, she's
sitting cross-legged, like next to you on the desk.
Looking at me. She's like looking at me on the screen. She's like, here, say hi, Camila.
Oh,
say hi
look
right
at
there.
her.
Say hi,
Camila.
What's your name? Camila Anai Tolbert?
Oh, nice.
Is that your name?
Nice,
okay.
Camila.
Thank you.
Well, Camila, we got something special for you. We got some Charles
God.
We got some Charles Barkley dialed up as a response to JJ Redick. And how about Chuck, man? For all the funny stuff Chuck does, all the stuff that rubs people the wrong way. I think Chuck gets this one right, man. His response to JJ Redick. Here's what Charles Barkley had to say about the whole JJ response to John Morant's brandishing a gun.
We got some idiots, some fools, some jackasses on television that really just piss me off. Talking about Josh should make a stand saying he didn't break any laws. He didn't do anything wrong. We're in the state where you can carry your gun. Those guys are just freaking idiots. And I only say freaking because y'all won't let me say what I want to say. It pisses me off when I hear guys say that, yo, man, when you're making $100 million a year to play sports, your life changes. There are certain rules and regulations you have to live by, plain and simple. You can't do stupid stuff. that's the trade-off. Now, if you want to do all that stuff and give all that money back, more power to you. You can make that stance. Say, you know what? I want to do what I want to do. I want to flash my gun and make videos and do things. Okay, that's fine. But you can't make money on the NBA doing this stuff. I just hope that he grows up and realizes, like, yo, man, first of all, you're not a thug. You're not a criminal. You're not a crook. You're a guy making $100 million a year to dribble us $200 million to dribble a stupid basketball. And you hit the lottery. We all hit the lottery to do something. There's people out there work 9 to 5, 8 and 9 hours a week, gonna make $25,000 a year. They would kill to be in our situation.
I mean, I know it's Chuck being Chuck, and he's saying it the way Chuck would, but I agree with him on most of all this. You are held to a different level of responsibility based on the amount of money that you make. And so even when you're I mean, he's calling JJ names and stuff, but when you're saying you're comparing this to other laws and things like that, it's not equivalent because this isn't the real world. This is the NBA, and you have to follow their rules as to what they lay out. The same as in the NFL. I was talking about I had to sign a handbook when I went to high school, a Catholic high school. I couldn't have facial hair. You get detention for it. They send you to the bathroom with a razor, make you cut it. Does it seem dumb and ridiculous and a stupid rule? Yeah. Then don't go to school here. You can't do that. You can't have your rules and make the money that they're offering you. It's one or the other. You got to play by those rules.
Yeah, last I checked, it's okay to have a mustache and a beard in New York. Can't have a mustache and a beard with the Yankees.
Bingo. How dumb is that? It doesn't matter. If you want that contract, you shave that beard, bro.
Exactly right. It does not matter. The law does not matter. I mean, it's not like you can join a corporation and break the law, right? You can't go in there and say, hey, we got our own rules here. We can carry guns and shoot them whenever we want to. No, that's not the point. But they can set their own laws that abide by laws of civilization in the U.S., American law, whatever you want to say. And then they can set their own that are even more strict than those because we're trying to make money. And look, if you don't want to abide by these, that's fine. Charles said it, and I totally agree with him on this. Do you want to flash your guns on Instagram? Get back the money. Just quit. Just say, you know what? I don't want to play hoops anymore.
What's more important?
I want to carry a gun on Instagram, and I want to go, what up? And have my gun. That's what I want to do. Like, do it then. Tell them you don't want your money anymore. Take all the money back. You can keep all the money you've made to this point, but every bit of your contract that goes from this point until the end of your contract, just give it back to them. No problems. Then you go flash your gun all you want, and guess what? You'll be within your right to do that because if you're in a state that you're legally, it's okay to legally own a gun, no problems. You're good. You're not going to have as much money. And if you get in trouble, you have to deal with the law. Bummer. But you can do it if you want to. How bad do you want to do it? That's why these guys kill me that do stuff like this. Like, let's give the money back if you don't like it. That's all you got to do. But they want the money, and so you want your cake and eat it too. Got it.
Well, like nobody's going to watch my Instagram if I give back the money.
Yeah, exactly.
I only flash the guns because I'm famous, and I'm not going to be famous if I give my money back.
There you go.
Well, which one do you want, bro? It's got to be one or the other, Ja. Or maybe, what are the gun laws in Canada? Maybe JJ's playing the big picture game, and he's hoping he can get that job in Toronto and trade for Ja. And then he's like, well, now I don't have to worry about it because it's illegal. So he'll just have to deal with the law if he gets in trouble. One more bit of sound here. This one cracked me up yesterday, dude. So Ben DiNucci, he was a quarterback for the Cowboys a few years back. Then he went to the XFL. I think he had pretty good success, too. Benny Ballgame, they were calling him.
Oh, I remember.
Dude, he was the one who came in after Dak broke his leg, and then Andy Dalton became the quarterback. Do you remember the shot Andy Dalton took a couple of years ago after Dak broke his leg, where, like, he rolls out and nobody protects him, and he took, like a gnarly shot to the head. Went down with, like, a major head injury. And it was like, dude, nobody's even helping him. It was crazy. Like, none of the Cowboys helped him up. Like, nobody was protecting him. I was like, it was a gnarly hit. Then Ben DiNucci comes in. They're calling him Benny Ballgame. He's been bouncing around now, and he's back in the Broncos organization. Well, he threw an interception, I guess, the other day while Sean Payton is there talking to the media. Owner of Walmart is there, who owns the team, of course. Sean Payton gives a thought on Ben DiNucci what he should do if he doesn't make the team.
It was right in front of Greg Penner. I told Ben, I said, he owns Walmart, and if it doesn't work out here, there's, I'm sure, a greeting opportunity somewhere, one of his local stores. So.
Come on. Didn't even get a media laugh. He ripped the guy, dude. Come on, bro. Ben DiNucci working his ass out of the XFL back into the NFL. Sean Payton brings him in. He throws a pick in front of him and the owner, and he's like, maybe they got a job for you at Walmart. It's working on a tight 5, Sean Payton. I couldn't believe that. I was like, dude, jeez. I mean, imagine if this guy has to come into a game this year and play for them. What do you think his level of confidence is, Sean Payton's, after that comment? This guy doesn't believe in you after that. That cracked me up.
Handoff.
Oh, man.
DiNucci.
That's your sound soiree for Thursday, May 18th. We got the Western Conference final about to tip off here. Lakers and the Nuggets in Game 2. We'll get a final thought on that on the other side, and then Bob's possible departure from the Golden State Warriors is obviously the big story that's looming. Kendra Andrews is on with Papa and Lund earlier today. She talked about how the impact of Bob leaving may have the greatest effect on Draymond Green. We'll play that sound for you coming up as well. And then FP Santangelo at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Do you have tax issues? Not just late or you haven't filed yet this year, because don't worry about it. You got to October 15th. You're good. You're good. I didn't even know that. I was super happy. What? Wait, I'm on time and I have more time? Oh, that's amazing. So that was pretty easy. But I was kind of running late, but I mean late as in you didn't file last year or 2 years ago, or you have an audit coming, or there's a criminal investigation. Well, then you really need to talk to Alex Kugelman. I talked to him for 10, 15 minutes, and it was just a normal filing. But I felt very prepared, this is what's going to happen, this is what you got to do. You got any thing you need any charitable stuff that you need to take? No, nothing normal or nothing abnormal, just normal stuff, and let's just do it. So I don't have any back taxes, no cryptocurrency, don't understand it, no unfiled taxes. But if you have that, you want to take care of it, because I gotta imagine it's really stressful dealing with that. And all the while, you're stressed out, you're trying to get it taken care of, the fees just keep on clicking. Boom, boom, boom. It's like juice. Juice just keeps on going, and you don't want to answer the phone, you don't want to go to the mail, you don't want to answer the door, you just don't know, you don't want to see the IRS, because they're coming. Here's the thing, they will continue to hunt you down till they get their money. That's what they do. That's their job. Talk to Alex Kugelman. He'll have a plan for you. It'll be clear and concise. You will see a light at the end of the tunnel. Think Andy Dufresne and the taxes are all that gunk, and you're just waiting for, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're in the little pond there, it's raining, and you're feeling good. That's what you want. He can provide you that vision to getting there. You won't have to worry about it. No more stress. It's all taken care of. So schedule yourself a consultation. Put your tax issues behind you. All you have to do is visit sftaxteam.com and visit with Alex. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman Law. That's Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Back to Fabian and Copes. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob has worked on the agent side. He's worked in so many different sides of this industry that he truly does get how to approach different people, right? And how to manage their personality and their outbursts or their emotions, especially a guy like Draymond. You'll remember
King Series. It was a King Series when he went crazy and was getting into it with the crowd, right?
Exactly. And Bob just came down and spoke with him. And I don't know if there's any other person who could do that, because I've asked Steve before, like, look, when Draymond's going, I asked this after the Sabonis incident, but I asked Steve, I was like, do you ever kind of go to Draymond and say, hey man, like, take a beat, like, calm down? And Bob says, Steve says, there's no point. I can't. Like, he won't listen to me. But he does listen to Bob.
It's Kendra Andrews earlier today on with Papa and Lund. That full hit is available on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you until 6 o'clock tonight. And I don't think there's any question that is one of the elements of a potential Bob Myers exit that is of concern to what happens with the Warriors. It's not just bringing Draymond back. It's when Draymond's here and things happen like the round one incident in Sacramento, that Bob can just walk down there and talk to him. That Bob can call him, and that there's a level of respect and communication between those two guys. And I think that is a unique element, and we talked about this earlier, about the relationship between specifically those three, maybe Kevon Looney too. Andre Iguodala would be included in that as well, and Steve Kerr, that, you know, GMs are like bosses, right? It's like your manager at work, I feel like. I mean, I don't know what your relationship was ever like with yours, Tom, but in my opinion, or in my perspective of the way things have gone, there is a ton of not just respect, but credit that this championship core gives to Bob Myers. And you don't usually hear that publicly. Like, you'll hear Giants after winning their World Series give credit to Sabian and to the front office and yada, yada. You don't hear them every give Bob some blanking credit, or Bob did this, or Bob X. You hear about that all the time, every year. And he's a guy who will wear it when he doesn't even have to. He'll take ownership of stuff. So with Draymond, that's something that is something that would... It leaves me wondering, when he loses his cool, and he will again, inevitably, who's the guy who can handle that? Is there a Draymond whisperer outside of Bob Myers if Bob's not here?
Maybe not. Yeah. Until you see it, you won't know. We didn't know that, Bob was capable of that until, we knew he was capable of that. So, yeah, it was easy when I was with the Warriors because the GM and the coach were the same person.
It was Nelly?
So that was very, it was Nelly. And I don't know. Look, I think ultimately the ship will keep sailing and it'll be fine. Because as important as Bob is, Steph's still here. Mm-hmm. It's still about the players. Like, the players are the most important commodity. And they're not the only ones that win. There is a lot of reasons they've won. Joe Lacob is a reason they've won. Bob Myers is a reason they've won. Steve Kerr is a reason they've won. Rick Welts is a reason they've won. Rick Celebrini is a reason they've won. I could go down the list. I mean, everyone, it's just how big an impact do you have? Where some guys may have, like, if you looked at it in terms of a, like a pie, right? It's like, okay, why the Warriors win? Biggest slice would probably be
Steph.
Players, and then the biggest slice out of the players would be Steph.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the biggest slice. I think Joe Lacob would be a big slice of that because what he was able to do when he bought the team, and you have to give him credit for hiring Mark Jackson, and then hiring Steve Kerr, and then hiring Rick Welts, and then bringing in Bob Myers. So he gets a massive amount of credit for what he's been
and willing to pay the taxes that nobody else would be willing to pay. To where the league has changed the rules because they don't like that you were doing that.
Yep. Jerry West is going to be in there. Like, if you had a front office slice, like Jerry West would be in there. Travis Schlenk would be in there. Bob Myers would have a huge slice, and then Steve Kerr. But all this comes under the heading of Joe Lacob, like hiring these guys and letting them do what they could do. But I mean, the players are obviously maybe even half. Maybe they're more than half the pie in my estimation. Then Joe Lacob's probably 20. 20%, and then you divvy up the other, 30% or whatever, 25%, whatever you have left over. But it's still the players. So my point is, if Bob leaves, you're going to lose some of that, but the biggest part of the pie is still there. Like, the players are still there. Steph is still there. They're the ones that win. They do need some guidance, and they could use soothing words that Bob can offer, and a guy that they trust. When I guess that's part of it too. The trust was kind of broken last year with the punch, and then if you lose Bob, you lose some of that trust, because they know Bob and they trust Bob, and Bob trusts them, so they can get through some difficult times if they have him with Bob there. So it'll be a hit. I don't think there's any doubt if he leaves, it would be a hit, but do I believe I would look at it and go, boy, their chances of winning a championship, forget it? No, not at all. They have the players. Even if Steve were to leave, I would think they have a chance to win.
Wow.
Why? Because they have Steph, and they have Draymond, and they have Clay, and they have Wiggins. So, and everybody knows I think the world of Steve. I think they'd have a better chance to win with Steve than anybody else, maybe Pop. But take them off the team, I still think they have a chance to win. I love Pop. Do I think they would have won championships without Pop in San Antonio? Yeah, they were that good. Would they win 5? Maybe not. Would they have had 17, 18 consecutive seasons of 50-plus wins? Maybe not. But they would have been really good. I mean, you put Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker on a team, you're going to be pretty damn good. So, again, the point is, it'll hurt. I don't know how to factor it in terms of
this is crap.
Thank you, Pop. How much will it hurt? I just know it'll be a loss, but I still believe they have a chance to win a championship. Absolutely.
510 on the Cash Creek text line. You can always check in. 808 KNBR says, what slice do the Timberwolves get for taking 2 point guards ahead of Steph?
They definitely
Ricky
get a slice.
Rubio and
Thank
Johnny
you.
Flynn. Shout
They
them out.
definitely get a slice. I've told Steve this, and I probably told Joe, told Bob this. I go, if you guys ever going to do statues outside the arena, you got to have a Timberwolf chef.
Yeah.
You've got to be a Timberwolf there.
There's got to be
Even
one.
if it's small Timberwolf. There's got to be one. Put it next to Steph. It'll be perfect.
Right in between Steph and
next to
Wiggins would
Steph.
work. That'd be fun.
Exactly.
Wiggins is going to get one. By the way,
would be amazing.
If you've been watching the stream all week, it's our first week, full-on week, doing the KNBR live stream on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. And Tom, I just got while I was sitting here on my tablet going over some of these notes, got a notification from KNBR on YouTube. It says Tom Tolbert reacts to James Harden's opting out of his contract, and all I got was this. The video of you just giving.
Oh, that's scary.
That's what you did. That was it. That's your reaction to James Harden opting out of the contract.
Yeah, that's scary. That's scary. People don't need to see that.
Up close me in, Tom. That's good. There you go. Anyway, you're going to get a lot of it now on the live stream. That's going to do it for that today. Nice text there from the 510-808 KNBR. Always the number to text. We'll see what FP's got going on next. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Sean Estes joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed Camilo Doval closing out all 3 games of the sweep against the Phillies. More on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Malika, back to you.
All right, it's about time to call it a day. Turn the reins over to FP Santangelo, who's going to take you right up until 10 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. FP, what is going on?
Tom, Adam, how are we?
What's up, dude?
We're good. We're good. We were talking a little Giants earlier, and I said, you know, all the things that seemed to plague the Giants, for lack of a better word, plague the Giants the first 40 games or so, the reasons why they were losing. Bullpen was not good. The defense was not good. They struck out way too many times, and they relied too much on the home run to score. None of those things happened in this series. They struck out like 9 times a game. They hit 1 home run that accounted for 3 runs out of their 17. They didn't allow an unearned run in the series, and their bullpen was nails in this series. Now, I don't know if they can keep that going as clean as that was, but if they can get closer to that than kind of what they have been, this seems to be pretty good, I think.
I like them putting the ball in play. I like the other night when they scored 6 runs in the second inning, they were all opposite field hits. I think Bryce Johnson's was up the middle, so however you want to count that one. But the rest were the other way, and they're shortening their swings. They're using the whole field. I don't know. For a guy that couldn't hit home runs, I like this kind of baseball. I like the fact that they're shortening up, getting some base hits. They had 11 singles yesterday. Their strikeout rate in April was 27.5%. It's down to 21.6% in May. So they're putting the ball in play. They're making adjustments, and that's what the season's about. It's about making adjustments. And, you know, you get. I just want to see them all healthy and then see what happens. But they're definitely trending in the right direction. And now the Marlins come in. The second place Florida Marlins come into town 4.5 games back of the Braves. How about that?
They can pitch.
Well, thank you, Marty.
Thanks, Marty.
The thing that drives me crazy is I don't think you have to have one or the other. You don't have to be a punch and Judy hitter or be a home run hitter. It's like, look, you want to take 2 swipes at it? Take 2 swipes at it if those are going to be your strikes. Get both cheeks into it. But when you have 2 strikes, shorten up a little bit and go ahead and hit it where it's pitched. I think that's the thing that I think bothers me, FP, is like both those things can coexist together. You don't have to be one or the other. And you've said it a couple times, maybe more than a couple times. They're not paid to do that. So if they're paid to hit the ball into the gaps and over the wall, when they get 3 swings at it, they're going to take 3 swings at it. And I mean 3 swings at it. So when they take a swing at it with 2 strikes and you're sitting at home like I do sometimes, like, what are you doing? Just put the ball in play. That's not what gets paid. But it certainly impresses the guys in the dugout when you're willing to sacrifice, you're willing to shorten up and just try to put the ball in play and make the defense work. So I totally agree with you, and I do believe there's room for both. They can still be a team that hits a bunch of home runs and not lead the league in strikeouts.
Well, there's a time and a place for everything, right? There's a time and a place to take the extra base. There's a time and a place based on the score of the game, the time of the game, the risk that you're going to take on the bases. And I feel like as a hitter, there's a time and a place where if you want to swing hard 3 times in an 0-2 count, take a 3-0 hack, I'm okay with that if there's nobody on, 2 outs, and it's the 3rd inning. But there's also a time when you don't take the extra base, when you don't steal, and when you don't take risks on the bases. And at the plate, there's times when I think you have to shorten up with a runner on third, less than 2, bases loaded. You know, 2 for myself, 1 for the ball club. So there's times where, let it loose until you get the 2 strikes, that you have to shorten up and put the ball in play. And I think they're starting to do that. But with the singles, I saw a quote that J.D. Davis had. It's like jab, 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 and then someone comes up with the haymaker. So singles, shorten up, and then somebody comes up and goes deep. And now that's how you get really good offensively. Is you have guys knowing their roles. They put the ball in play. They get their base hits, and then somebody comes up with a knockout blow, and then you win 8-2 instead of 3-2, or score 4 runs in the first and sit on it the whole game. The way you add on, and the way you constantly put pressure on a pitcher and on a defense and an opposing team is to put the ball in play. And if you look at all the teams that have won the World Series recently, it's all teams that don't strike out a lot and they put the ball in play.
And high leverage at bats, where pitchers are out there with pressure, having to throw strikes, and you're working them into counts. And again, like you said, Tom was pointing out the number of strikeouts over the last series, the number of hits they had that were not home runs, and the amount of runs that they scored. First time where they had 1 home run all series.
Yep.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
But the home runs are fun.
No, that's what we're saying is they were able to put up, they averaged 6 runs a game or something like that over the series too, and did not hit home runs. That sort of eclectic offense needs to continue because, to your point, FP, you get a couple of bloops and a blast, and you're not relying on the home run each and every time.
Yeah, the best compliment you get as a hitter by maybe your own coaches, your own teammates, or the opposing team, he's a tough out.
Yeah.
That guy's a tough out. When you're swinging from your heels in an 0-2 count, and you strike out on 3 pitches, you're not a tough out.
You got to feel, right.
Tough outs run the pitch count up. Tough outs put pressure on the opponent. Tough outs.
Working counts.
You got a guy up to 70, 80 pitches in the 3rd inning already. Right now, they're tough outs, and I like to see that.
No doubt about it. What do you got going on tonight?
I got Sean Estes coming on at 7. Jordan McPherson, he covers the Marlins for the Miami Herald. We're going to preview the weekend series at the ballpark. The Marlins are 2 games over 500 and 4.5 games out. They're playing good baseball. And guess what? I was at that series. There's a lot of tough outs in that lineup. They're not guys that you're thinking, oh my gosh. I mean, Soler, yeah. But there's not a lot of guys you're like, oh, he's going to go deep. They're pesky.
And they can pitch.
Zardo's a tough one. So you get him.
Who's the guy you mentioned? The young guy, the 20-year-old?
Yuri Perez.
Yeah, that guy's got a big arm.
Born in 2003, FP.
I know. That's a joke.
Is that wild? Is that wild, dude?
I think he's 7'4", 112 pounds.
He's insane. Yeah, he's a rail. He's a pole.
Yeah.
And he throws like 110.
Yeah.
He's throwing flames.
He got his first win today.
I know. Good for him, dude. That was cool.
I
was watching that this morning, yeah.
They've won 4 in a row.
Over the Nats. Right? They're playing hot baseball, and they got a good staff.
Have a good show, IP.
All right, guys.
All right, man. Let's thank our guests. Who we have on today? We had Mark Spears.
Yep.
I know we had that. We had Larry Bear. Eric Burns. Boom.
I was going to say something Agua Mexico was the only hint I was going to give you.
Caliente.
Whatever it was. I was like, where was he in Mexico at a baseball tournament?
He'll probably take the family to a sports book down there.
Yeah, probably, dude.
In Mexico. I went to a sports book one time when I was on a cruise. We stopped off at Was it Mazatlan or was Forest? I can't remember what stop it was.
They do I've done that with Mazatlan, Puerto Vallarta, and Cabo. You do the 3. Mazatlan, you usually stay on the boat. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, "What do you want to do?" And my buddy, they were like, "Is there a sports book around here?" I was like, "Let's look." And there was like a half an hour, or not a half an hour, like half a mile. So the girls went and laid out at the beach, and then we went to the sports book about the ponies for like 2 hours.
Nice.
And I remember looking at him going, Why'd we go on a cruise? We could have just stayed home and we could have done this.
I went to Australia and did the same thing. I was like betting NBA basketball at noon. I was like playing. It's like Wednesday afternoon at noon, but it was like 7 p.m. on Tuesday night here.
Oh,
and I was sitting there.
That's awesome.
I know it was bad when I was betting greyhounds with all these guys at lunchtime at like this little casino, and like Sash was out doing all this stuff for her friend's wedding, and I'm like, this is great. I'm sitting in a sports book in like a little neighborhood in Sydney, Australia, and they got them everywhere. You take your little ticket to any liquor store where they got one of those machines, and they'll cash it for you. At a bar
what are you talking
or a
about?
store.
That's living.
It's crazy. It was
betting greyhounds during the day.
Yeah, but the guys I was with were a little
didn't get any better.
Little seedy dudes I was with weren't. It's not a crew I would hang with outside of betting greyhounds. Let me tell you.
Did you want to leave before it got dark?
Wouldn't take them home to like hang with my parents or like
What time does sun go down around here, mate? All right, I just want to make sure I get out of here.
That's when the real fun starts, mate. Yeah. These guys are crazy.
Oh, man. All right, thanks, Derek. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. It's always fun working with you. Copes, I will talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dude. See you then.
All right, man. Stay tuned. FP Santangelo. Going to take you right up until 10 o'clock right here on The Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.